Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Wappleville and welcome back to Armada Mondays. Promised you the Marina Nationale. You got the Marina Nationale. This is the Richelieu. We got some reference pictures in the corner. I actually have Dunkirk ready to go. I'm not going to be doing both of these today, but this probably will be our next Armada Monday doing Dunkirk. Now, you can kind of, hey there, Armored Wolf. Sorry again for the delay. So take a look. So this is the Roma, right? There's the Richelieu, and here is another ship of the same era. Yeah, that's the same era, if you can believe it. I mean, this is classic World War One. I think this was commissioned in 1915. This 1940. Nice to see their Landress. Nice to see their blades. So Landress, yeah, that was supposed to be done. That print, it would have finished maybe, oh, I don't know, at least an hour or two ago, but because the spool ran out right after I finally passed out, I lost about 6 hours or 5 hours or something like that. Hey there, Sloopflot. What is this nice and early? Hey, Sloopflot, you get to see the very beginning of this. Usually you don't quite get to see the very beginning. So Landrast, I'm printing out an Oliphant, right, a dead Oliphant. It's the total print time is supposed to be 9 hours 34 minutes, which I don't think that's too bad for point zero 0.08 layer height. Now I'm doing that with the point 0.4 nozzle, so I'm sure the point 0.2 nozzle land dress, what would you say, might even double that. But again, that wasn't as bad as I was thinking. I mean, of course, it's an Oliphant, right? It's not the biggest thing. It's not a building or anything super ginormous. But I don't know. That was better than I was thinking. I don't know. I think that's actually a little bit better. So Blades, great to see you. And again, Blades, sorry I missed your stream earlier today. Everybody, please give Blades 81 a follow if you could. I'm gonna go more of a bluish here. Oh, by the way, we're going early war. Yeah, we're going early war on this. We're not doing the refit because actually I don't think this is the refit version here. Just looking at the aircraft, anti-aircraft armament. So yeah, we're going with the 1940-ish uh, scheme here. Land dressed. I'll be painting it on stream on Thursday. At least that's the plan. Originally, I just thought, okay, let's just do this as a test because it's kind of a terrain piece, but it's an Oliphant, right? We want it to have a little more detail, say, than just like a building. So I don't know, Landress. I think this could be an interesting thing moving forward. And again, I didn't even have to change the nozzle. So if that's the case, if I can just kind of put this on the point two, or sorry, on this point zero 0.08 and get some nifty results. Now I am tempted. I gotta say I'm tempted to try the point two and this setting for vehicles, but I watched some videos on that, and I don't know because the supports get a little crazy. One guy was saying if you want to print out something like, say, I don't know, a Lehman Russ, you want to basically pre-assemble it first in like whatever software you can, and instead of trying to print it out in all its constituent pieces because, well, supports and all the other weird stuff you're gonna have to worry about. So Blades, if you want to share anything in the chat, I know you got some stuff you can share. Please go ahead and do that. And everybody, please give Blades81 a follow. And of course, Schloopfuck, I hope that you're having yourself a sensational day. Oh, by the way, I did get flock and foliage on all of our kitties. So there's our Gando kitty right there. So he's got, look at that, got some leaves, you got some foliage, you got all that stuff. And where's Cat Ladrio here? So see how different that looks with all the greenery. Look, we got leaves on there too. And also, I did use that, whatever that stuff is, the quick curing stuff, the resin, and I just put that in. And I did try to do a little bit of waves with the green stuff world, uh, whatever the heck that stuff is. Well, not heavy gloss gel. like their version of the heavy gloss gel. Everybody, please check out that Instagram link of the Kathy Goblin that Blades painted. Everybody, please give Blades81 a follow. So Blades, thanks again for doing that. Appreciate that. And of course, thanks for painting the regular Kathy also. I'll try to bring the Kathy Gallery again to Adepticon. What was the other thing? There was something else too. Well, I don't know. It'll it may or may not come to me while we're doing the streamer. But now take a look at this again. That's more of a bluish gray. Whereas where's the Issei here? So you can see the Issei was a little bit more of a neutral gray. This again has a little bit more of the bluishness to it. But thanks again there, Blades. Really do appreciate that. And of course, oh, that's right. People didn't hear. People have to hear the story of me trying to register for Adepticon. That's right. Yeah. So of course I stream Saturday like usual. Stream doesn't even end till what 4 something o'clock in the morning, and I say there is no way I'm gonna be. There's no alarm that's gonna wake me up in time to do that Adepticon registration. So I just kept working, doing stuff. There was a point though that I basically fell asleep in the chair, and of course that was after all. I even still set alarms. So yeah, I had alarms set for like 11:30, 11:45, 11:47, and after all of those went off, that's when I passed out in the chair. Now, unfortunately for several people, fortunately for me, the Adepticon basically the site shut down for several minutes. And believe it or not, it didn't come back online again until 12:09, which is the exact moment that I basically fell out of the chair and woke up. So I managed to I managed to do stuff just in the nick of time because the website went wonky and I fell out of the chair. So that is my registration story for Adepticon right there. So enjoy that. Get a chuckle out of it. Now, of course, that falling out of a chair here is a little bit different in this room than, say, other rooms, because falling out of this chair basically means, mashing my head against one table or another that's filled with miniatures and work stuff. Now, of course, having ridden the CTA here many hundreds of times over the years, that was almost a sport, sleeping on the CTA, whether it was, especially the bus. The train, not quite so challenging. The bus, very challenging, because there would be people that would be falling asleep in like one of the aisle seats, and you would see them starting to list to starboard or to port, and they would be about like this. And all it takes is the bus to do one little, because these were the old green limousine buses that used to sway like this back and forth wildly, and you would basically start taking bets on, was this one sway going to be enough to dump them into the aisle. Hey there, Recoil, how you doing? So Recoil, I'm printing at that point zero 0.08 with the point .4 nozzle. It seems to be working. Again, it was supposed to be done. Sadly, the stupid filament ran out. Didn't know it. So I lost about 5.5 hours of printing time. However's, uh, I'll try and show it on Bambicam, because reasons. Let me get a little bit of phthalo green into this too. And of course, Rico, if you want to share your stuff in the chat, please go ahead and do that. Blades already shared the Kathy Goblin. Hey there, AD. Sorry that work called you in and it was just a brutal day there, AD. So yeah, sorry to hear that. Now, AD, did you get to hear the actual story of what happened, play by play on Sunday? Now, if you didn't, I can tell you again later. No big deal. But that was yeah, that was some classic Adepticon craziness right there. Okay, do we have? Yeah, we okay. There we go. We're getting there. You can see how we're setting things up here. So AD, if you wanted to share some stuffs in the chat there, well, like always, go ahead and do that, please. And again, AD, sorry that everything is all kind of verschmizzled. So this is the Richelieu right here. So we got some references down in the corner. So this is Richelieu. Next week, look at this, Dunkirk. So you can see that Dunkirk, obviously, this is more your classic kind of treaty battleship here because of trying to get down to that 35,000 tons right here. So how you doing, Vance? Nice to see you again. So this is Richelieu again. We like to do this. So there's Richelieu, there's Roma, right? And what's really interesting is to see the differences in not just the primary armament, but also secondary armament. So you see here, secondary armament, larger guns in basically triple turrets, right? Whereas now this is South Carolina. There we go. This is a South Carolina class. You can see here the classic dual purpose. So the French and the Italians didn't have dual purpose guns. They basically replicated stuff. So you can see the difference here again with your South Dakota class versus say a Richelieu right there. Everybody, please check out that link that Recoil just shared. And of course, my ultimate favorite here is to show some of the casemate style ships. So there's your Arizona right there. Now here's the early war version of Issei. I think I have Nagato in here too, but so this is Issei, and you can obviously see the pagoda style mast. But look at those casemated guns right there. That just says Dreadnought World War One. Where is here it is. There's Nagato. At some point, I got to get Fuso and Congo. So again, there's Nagato with your fabulous casemated guns right there. Uh, oh, this was so yeah. Look at that. That's so Richelieu was about. Let's see. No, still okay. A good 29 to 32 meters shy of your Musashi slash Yamatos. Obviously, the Iowa class was longer because the whole Panama Canal stuff, right? So it had to be less beam, longer length. So great to see you again, Vance. Let me see. So I think yeah, we're gonna keep going with this here. Yeah, let's do this. Let's do this. Let's get some of our fast mat. Wait, some FMW here. Let's get some FMW on this. Right here. Over here. Now, so that Mumak that I was telling you guys about, the one that I'm printing at the point 0.08 layer height. My hope is that originally I was just gonna paint it at just as a separate piece of terrain, but now I actually want to mount that on a base, put some, because I have all the casualties, right? I have dead orcs, I got dead Rohan, I got dead horses. I want to just scatter all kinds of casualties around it, and actually I think that might be more for either the Friday or maybe the Friday stream or something like that. Yeah, I think I'm going to save that. So what I might be doing is printing, or sorry, some painting up some of the Erebor terrain pieces on Thursday, and I don't know. We'll see how that plays out. I was almost tempted to paint it as a tutorial video. What I might do is, well, I might do the basing part. Oh, that's it. Yes, I'll do it as a printing workshop. That's it. I'll do the basing part as a printing workshop over the next couple of days. One of those episodes for the Patreon page. Now, sadly, I didn't get a chance to film the latest episode of our freehand Guinevere. That's going to have to happen tomorrow, among many other things. So you can see our water already starting to take shape here. Yeah, let me just get that clean out of there. Hey there, Sleepy, how you doing? Yeah, we did a whole series of destroyers and a cruiser last week. So here was there was a Mogami cruiser there, and then a whole bunch of these little guys right here. Whole bunch of little guys. Oh, also too, that's what I was doing that night. The all-nighter last night was mostly this. So now our or sorry, not our Baratheons, but our Clegane Brigands. See, they've got all of their flock and foliage and such now on their bases and on the movement tray. And again, here we did flock and foliage, some water effects there, and of course on our Gandalf and our Cat Ladriel now, those have all of their flock and foliage, so big difference there. Now, I have to say, I'm kind of liking, for Flat Thursdays, I'm kind of liking these ornaments here. So we might do like a spacescape or something too on there. I don't know. You might be seeing some more of those ornaments. I think so. How's about we get some decor? And again, we are going with the early war. It's just like our Musashi here, right? So this is, you can see it's an early war configuration because look at how the secondary armament is, and there's almost no tertiary armament down there, so very, very different than, say, how Musashi and Yamato were. Well, looky here. Who let the dogs out? So, Rottweiler, I guess, are you getting the Eagles or the Rams now, Rottweiler? With the, that was a super close game, wasn't it? Yeah, that was a super close game. So, Rottweiler, if you want to share your Ultramarines, hey Rottweiler, you know what you got to do? Yeah, you got to paint a Detroit Lions chapter, Rottweiler. Oh, actually, hey Rottweiler, you could do a Detroit Lions chapter and a Michigan State chapter. So the Michigan State would almost be like Dark Angels, and your Ultras would almost be a little bit like like Detroit Lions. Hey there, Chaotic Painting. How you doing? Thank you so much, Recoil. Appreciate that. That's a super help because yes, yes indeed. I have to say I have not been seeing any better prices on the as far as Amazon goes with the filament. So I might have to do. I might have to see if there's Elegoo is still doing that sale because right now Elegoo does have a clearance sale on let's see the matte PLA filament that we use. All right, so thank you so much. Everybody, please give Rottweiler1616 a follow. So we are painting the first of our Marina Nationale here. Here's the Regia Marina, so that is the Roma. So take a little close look at especially the secondary armament configuration. So you have 6 to 8 inch guns and triple mounts. Here, this was a weight saving measure. Also, too, the way these turrets are set up, they're not just quad turrets, it's basically a two-in-one. So should this side of the turret be damaged, this was designed to there's basically a firewall in between, and it's supposed these two guns should still function even if this side has been compromised. So obviously it's a everything forward type of deal. Now you can see that the superstructure is definitely pushed aft a little bit. Um, Now also too you can see the difference in just the way the distribution is here. Thank you so much, Sarge. How you doing, Sarge? Appreciate that. Nice to see you again. This is the first of our Marina Nationale. This is Richelieu. Next week we're going to be doing Dunkirk. So you can see this is classic treaty battleship here because obviously this is downsized. And keep in mind too that navies did things to react to each other. So Richelieu was never intended to say fight in the Pacific. It was intended to fight against Italian ships like Roma, like Cavour, like Littorio, that kind of stuff. Thank you so much, Rottweiler. That sounds like a Blitzkrieg to me. Now remember, submarine warfare is allowed in a Blitzkrieg. So thank you so much, Rottweiler. Appreciate that. And of course, we love to show these. All right, there's your casemate gun. So these are the ships of the same era. This is 1941 right here. Which of these looks like a modern ship to you? Now let's check out. Oh, here we just have. I have Issei and I have Fuso. No, sorry, Nagato. So there's Issei again, classic dreadnought, casemated guns. In comparison to this, it's hilarious to see the difference. Now here we got a South Dakota class, and look at the difference here. So the U.S. was big believers in the dual purpose secondary gun, so not as powerful a secondary as this. However, these turrets not meant as anti-aircraft. These were meant for anti-aircraft because, again, with the U.S., aircraft, carrier warfare was a thing. Not so much in the Mediterranean. So that was not quite the same consideration there. Vans, I don't know if he has any of the typical birdcage style, but Vans, I do have West Virginia and 1/700 scale. So I have West Virginia, obviously with the cage. Then I also have a 1/700 West Virginia in 1944. So Vance, he does have a Texas, but I think sadly it's obviously the modernized one. He does have a Texas, but it's not in the early war configuration. Which obviously it would be kind of cool if he had both. Now here, Vance, check this out. This is one thing he did do. So he has two iterations of Issei. So he has the early war, and then here's the battle carrier version. Now, obviously, he might get to those. Oh, by the way, there's the ultimate unicorn right there. Yeah, that's Montana, the ultimate unicorn. So yeah, Vans, I wanted to do a diorama, and it was going to be called from Pearl to Surigao, and I was going to basically be like on a little carousel, and on one side it would be obviously December 8th, 1941. I was going to do oil in the water effects, and obviously the ship is down. They're trying to do recovery efforts, and then I was going to have swing it around. Then you would have the 1944 version, and obviously you would have I was going to have a painted backdrop there of the Battle of Surigao Strait. So Rottweiler, I painted a South Dakota class, and I painted that Montana class. I actually don't have an Iowa or Wisconsin class.
Hello,
He does have those. I just don't have the files. Thank you so much, Vans. Appreciate that. You know what? We should use this one right here. Now, I know the other guy says that he doesn't want to go to Valinor on ships like this, but let's just say I think I could have some fun with this. It's like, please God, don't let him play with me. It's like, yeah, I'll just take you into the litter box with me, and we'll have some fun with this. Thank you so much for that follow. Now we had three Gandalf sixes on the last string. They were not consecutive, but we did have three. Oh, we have 51%, a little 10 seconds left on that hype train. Oh, and not a bad roll right there. Not a bad roll. So thank you so much, Vans. Appreciate that. So Rottweiler, basically, subtract about 60 feet and one of these triple mounts. And now, is there? Nope, that's it. Just kind of change this configuration a little bit. Subtract one of those, shrink it down. You got yourself an Iowa, right? Where are we at? Here we go. Hey, Jackson, nice to see you back. So Vanzig had that suggestion. I know a lot of people. Was it the Vortex mixer or something like that? I think that's something that a lot of folks use. Obviously, we're not using any paint mixers here because that's what our paint comes in, is these things. Yes, it's all oil paints all the time, start to finish. Right, whether the Montana never saw a shipyard. Now they were considering turning the Montana basically into they basically going to turn into a missile battleship. So if you're familiar with the Polaris class submarine, what they were going to do, there was a few different considerations. So they were going to remove uh, basically everything aft of the bridge. All of this was going to be gone. The turrets, everything. Yeah, I think they're going to leave the two forward turrets, and everything in here was going to be, I think it was going to be 12, two rows of six side-by-side missile launchers in here. So essentially, it was going to be the surface version of a Polaris submarine. And obviously, it was going to have some of the Nike anti-missile launchers and that sort of thing, too. Oh, yeah, and that's another thing, too, there, Jackson. You drop yourself a little ball bearing into your bottles. Obviously, geez, I don't even actually have any sprues sitting around here. But, well, anyways, here we got a metal figure like this. There's going to be a metal sprue down there, or whatever that it's standing on. I would cut those off. I would chuck those sometimes into my paint jars as an agitator. So again, just doing a little bit of a little bit of deck color right here. So yeah, also too, remember the hulls for Kentucky and Illinois were finished. They had considered turning them into aircraft carriers, but I think after they saw what happened with Shinano, where they tried to turn the third of the Musashi slash Yamato class into a carrier, they saw that and they said, yeah, maybe we're not doing that because that didn't work out so well. Everybody, please check out the Instagram link that Rottweiler just posted. So, Sarge, I hope that things are going pretty well there. Sorry that I haven't had a chance to shoot you too many messages. It just, again, trying to do that Adepticon registration thing was pretty crazy. So, yeah, Rottweiler, since the stream ended at 4:30 or something like that, on Saturday I just said, well, we might as well just keep working, stay up, and then we'll be there at 12, right, Central Time for registration. Problem is, after all of my alarms went off, say at 11:35, 11:47, well, I passed out in the chair here, and fortunately there was that little glitch in the website, and it didn't come back online again till roughly 12:09, which ironically was the moment that I fell out of the chair here and woke up, which meant that I was just in the nick of time to register. Like just in the nick of time, because I think when I first tried at 12:09, it was still not functional. Oh, by the way, we're back to like the U.S. and UK versions of these, unlike the Japanese, where these canvas cowlings were white, these for Richelieu and Dunkirk most definitely were black. So let's just get them in there straight away. Vans, I still think they're, well, again, it would be the crew. I think that's the big thing, is that there would not be enough automation, because like your Gerald R. 4 class has lots of automation in it, and I think you actually have fewer crew personnel on the Gerald R. 4 than you do on a Nimitz. And I think that's kind of the rationale behind today's staffing of ships, if you want to call it that. Which that's why they're saying that trying to take, basically turning battleships into hardened drone launchers and missile launchers is not practical in today's environment. I'm not so sure about that. Obviously, the limitation is you need something that, if it's going to be that big, you need it nuclear powered for duration purposes and not having to stop at port or have a refueling tanker in the battle group with you. So that's kind of an obvious flaw there, but if you could get a reactor in there, that could change things around. But then there's obviously, well, we could just build maybe two new ships for the price of turning an old Iowa class into a nuclear powered missile slash drone launcher. I mean, that's the problem with a few other countries that have recently launched aircraft carriers. Okay, they might even look an awful lot like a GRF. However, they're not nuclear powered, so they have that immediate limitation. It suffers the cruiser Emden curse, which I will be getting the cruiser Emden. We will be painting that on stream, because Coco's Models also does World War I era ships. So again, everybody, please check out that Instalink. Yeah, that Instalink that I almost said Ryan. And I almost said Doji, because Doji is going to post an Instagram link, aren't you, Doji? Yeah, you just got here and you're getting put to work already. So Doji, if you want to share your fabulous oil painted stuff, please go ahead. And of course, everybody, please give Rottweiler a follow, if you could. I know. Oh, geez, sir, that's what I wanted to message you about. That's what I wanted to message you about. So, well, I'm glad that. Well, not glad it's a mystery, but glad that it's not a holy smokes kind of situation. Everybody, please check out that Instagram link that Doji just posted. Of course, Sarge, if you want to post the Stug or the Tigre there in the chat, please go ahead. Yeah. So again, we're not going 1943 refit with the Dazzle camo here on Richelieu. We're going straight up here, straight up Richelieu. That's for sure, Doji. That is no doubt, right? No doubt at all. You know what? Let me go back to this guy. Where you at? There you are. Definitely gonna have to get me some more fast mat oid out here. Oh, by the way, 34 minutes ago, and almost a level 1 hype train. This had no paint on it. Just throwing that out there. I'm just saying. I ain't saying. I'm just saying. There we go. We need some of this in here now. Over on the starboard side. And of course, actually, Recoil, I don't think you had a chance to share. I don't think you had a chance to share your stuff there. Everybody, please give Recoil 13 a follow. I think here, Doji. Here's next week's ship, and boy, you can really see it. Look at that. You can really see it there. I try to get an extra layer of our homemade primer on that so that it shows up even more. So that is what we're painting. Again, this is Dunkirk. This is Richelieu. Now, of course, this well, I could call this Strasbourg too. He does have a Jean Bart. I did not have a chance to finish off the prep work of Carnot. I mean, it doesn't matter. That's something that we'll be doing in a future episode of Armada Mondays. Now, again, what you might be seeing on it might be pushed to Saturday just so that I can film the video of this because I want actually Doji. I'm going to be doing a printing workshop episode now because I'm trying to experiment with the layer heights now, which I've never done before. Well, looky here, we got ourselves a Night Whisper. How you doing there, Night Whisper? Everybody, please give Night Whisper a follow. So, Night Whisper, how the heck are you doing? It's great to see you again. Here's hoping that the new year still treats you well. And well, Night Whisper, it's back to Armada Mondays, right? It's back to Armada Mondays. So, which means more 1/1800 scale ships. This is the first of our Marina Nationale here, which we'll compare to the Regia Marina right here. So that's the Roma. Again, that's the Richelieu. Let's compare the Issei, and let's compare South Dakota to the Richelieu. Again, two ships of the same era, and then just hilarious. Well, so fascinating to compare basically a Dreadnought era ship. That's your Arizona and Richelieu side by side there. Hey there, Valfera. How you doing? So Valfera, I'm a little bummed that it's not. It was supposed to be done. So I was supposed to be holding it right in front of you here. However, it ran out of filament literally right after I passed out. So it had 5 or so hours of not printing. So that's why it's not done yet. Everybody, please give Night Whisper a follow. So Night Whisper, I do believe that the fabulous winter sale, I think it runs through February. At least the last one did. I think it basically runs until about almost March. Oh, and by the way, I did have these things right next to me. So AD, check this out. Now this is one that we already had, and it turns out it's the exact same stuff. But you can see some of the items we got. We got some of the same one. I didn't necessarily need to get a second floral orange or a second floral green, but I think we're gonna run through that much faster. Oh, this is I also got this one. Where's my Mars black? Yeah, I got this, but here we go. So iridescent pearl white. What do we use this for? For turning our darker colors into metallics, right? So that's something we're going to be experimenting with. Let me put this off to the side. Boy, Valfera, it just really, it verschmizzled the whole day. Actually, Valfera, you know how basically everything in the universe kept falling on your toe yesterday, or was it 2 days ago? That's kind of what Sunday was like. It's just like, okay, this is the 10th thing to fall on my toe today. It's like there couldn't possibly be an 11th. Oh, wait, there could be. So those were all individuals there, Valfera, because I was trying to, as you could see, I was trying to replicate some of what we have here with the Mars black, the Dio violet, the the iridescent pearl white. So I was trying to reflect as much of the stuff that we already have here. So Night Whisper, if you want to share something in the chat, please go ahead and do that. And again, everybody, please give Night Whisper a follow because Night Whisper also does the oil paints. Oh, hey, Night Whisper. Our kitties now have flock and foliage on them. Look at this. So there's your cat Dov. There's your cat Ladriel. Where the heck is Boromeow? Boromeow is around here somewhere. Where's Boromeow? Oh, there he is. There's Boromeow. So there's Boromeo and Gimli right there. You know, no, I'm not gonna do. I'm gonna do this instead, and this. And where's our? Oh, here's one of our Argo kitties. We added some water effects to that. So there's your Argo kitties right there. We still have this one. We still have this one yet to go. So that's our pincushion Boromeo right there. I think Night Whisper, and those are from they're from Apache Studios. And now again, as we said several times during the broadcast, you're gonna want to do your own supports on those. If you use the auto supports, you will have basically a 100% failure rate of some kind. So just do yourself a favor, do your own supports on those. I know it's kind of a bummer, but Velfira, I'm sure. Well, of course, I can just use some of my own homemade flower tufts, but we'll have to find some STL daisies, right, Velfira? Some STL daisies and use those. Get this in here. And again, we're using just regular old oil paints. 41 minutes ago, this had no paint on it, as in none at all. It was completely void of any paint. Looked just like Dunkirk here. So that is what it looked like 42 minutes ago. Velfira, I'm super excited about that finer setting on the nozzle right there. Now again, I'm tempted to do the 0.2. I guess one thing you could say, Velfira, is that it will, I guess, make the 0.4 last a little longer if I use the 0.2 more often. Because I would like to try and use it on larger figures where I would like to have at least the same detail. I mean, this is what, a 4K printer. I do believe, wouldn't you say, Landras, that you're getting at least a 4K resolution on a 0.8 nozzle or layer height on a 0.2 nozzle? I think you're probably kind of, matching your results. That could be interesting to see. Night Whisper, there is a definite learning curve. There's, well, that's why at Night Whisper, you've seen a lot of my 3D printing videos. They're mostly just kind of rants, right? Right, Night Whisper, like, I wish I knew this before I ever did this. Yeah, so I very much understand that, Night Whisper. All right, Recoil, have yourself a good one. See you in a bit. Get something yummy for supper. Squeak is counting on you. Here, let's get the that again. We're using this as a blending brush. There was no paint on this. No paint on that. Just brushing away here. Now up here, how's about we? Now Velfira, there's like multiple curves, right? Because those printers will throw you as many curves as they possibly can. Night Whisper, well, obviously, if we still had the pets here, the one thing I would probably try to do is, oh, actually, here, Night Whisper, obviously, cardboard boxes are kind of like the immediate cheap way of doing it. But if you go on Amazon, you'll see these, they're basically like these little clear plastic shoebox things, and they're stackable. And you can get like stacks of 15 or 20 of these things. And they basically have these little air holes in them, but very little. I use those sometimes for like, well, units like this to keep them more dust free. So yeah, you could put your miniatures in there so you'd have a little bit of air circulation, Night Whisper, but it would maybe cut out some of the cat here and all that kind of stuff. Hey there, Uncle Trash. Nice to see you again. Happy Monday. Still a happy Monday here. We got 31 minutes of a happy Monday here. And again, thank you so much, Rottweiler, for the raid. Thank you so much, Night Whisper, for the raid. Again, working with regular oil paints here. Regular oil paints right out of the tube. Now, Veilfair, are yours the kind that you have to kind of snap together, right? They're all flat, and you got the door on the front, and then you have the thing in the back. Let me see. Nope, let me get some more of my fast matte white out here before we screw around with anything else. Let's do that. Boom. There. Glad that you're doing well there, Uncle Trash. So Uncle Trash printing out. It's again. I was my first experiment using a different layer height on the bamboo printer. So yeah, it's the first time trying to print out something and seeing just what kind of detail is available. Same .4 nozzle, however, using a .08 setting on it. So we'll see what that yields. Now we're going to take a little. I might actually run down there and take a little look-see at it while we're printing it at like maybe 12:45 or something. But I'm just trying to. Wait a minute, scare up our Bambi cam here. What does Bambi Cam show us? Oh, it's only 3 hours away. Yeah, you might see it on the stream here. Cause looky here, see it's printing out that Mumak right there. So yeah, that's what it's printing out. This might actually, I might run down there later in the stream and go grab that. Cause well, unlike say a resin print, right? That's not going to be toxic. Velfair, the only thing that I really was hoping to get was a that wasn't supposed to be there. I forgot I had the yellow in here. I was just hoping to get the the swag thing so that Armored Wolf and I could potentially turn that into streams or videos because there's usually something in there that's quite usable for a tutorial vid or a live stream or something. So that was kind of the only mission that I had was to get one of those. Obviously, tournaments are never going to happen at Adepticon, so I don't have to worry about those. Don't have to worry about taking classes or anything like that. So it was a fairly simple mission. It was just the being awake part, Velfair. That was the challenging part. That was the biggest challenge there. Now I'm going to start getting into some of my lighter stuff here. Oh, by the way, Dunkirk has some really interesting aircraft recognition markings. Those were not on Richelieu. I'm actually going to bring up my Richelieu references. One sec here. Give me a shot. So yeah, it did not have those those references on it. Okay, I'm not quite sure. Well, okay, I think it's going to show me that. Where's my this brush right here? This brush here. So let's lighten up our anti-aircraft mounts. So see you in a bit there, Doji. Thank you so much for being here. And again, everybody, please check out that link that Doji posted. Again, some fabulous oil painted stuff. I don't know, Night Whisper, did you have a chance to post yours yet? I don't think so. But when you got yourself a chance, please go ahead and do that. Yeah, but that was the frustrating part, Velfair. It's like all I needed to do was just be awake, and that was the one thing that just couldn't quite swing that. But again, I got super lucky, so I'll take it. It all worked out in the end, so I'll take it. Actually, Velfair, hopefully nothing has landed on that same foot again today. Here's hoping. Let me lighten you up too. Tops of our secondary armaments. So there's here we have to go a little bit thicker because we still have. You can see that our glazy stuff there's still very much in play. Has not had a chance to set yet. It's not going to be drying while we're painting here, but it will set. Just got to give it, I don't know, another 10-ish minutes or so. Let's get the top of our turrets here. Pretty sure that they didn't really bother too much with air recognition markers on these because they didn't have much naval aviation, that's for sure. So yeah, I don't want to jinx you there, Velfira, because there's still time. I could swear, Velfira, that actually it was the last stream. It got you at the very last minute. So yeah, I better shut my mouth there, Velfira. Yep, better stay quiet on that. It's just asking for trouble. So yeah, I'll keep my mouth shut on that. So what we will do though is again start to lighten this up. Then when this all has a chance to set, then we're going to try doing again some of our rusty type stuff here. Well, not really rust, but at least some kind of weathering or streaking or whatever. I'm going to use you as a blending brush down in here. Velfair, I think that I kind of I copied that idea from you. Is basically fall asleep in a chair, almost injure yourself. That'll wake you up real quick. In some ways, it is a little bit. If the latest Drakenifel episode was all about how they call this the wedding cake superstructure right there because again they essentially had multiple rangefinders for the main and secondary armaments, and those were kind of stuck there in the superstructure. And so obviously every navy had their own philosophy on ship design, and a lot of it had to do with what are they trying to counter, what kind of environment are they working in, and then of course obviously you have the treaty, the Washington Naval Treaty era. So most of them were focused on citrus then. Let's get some more of our light over here. So Sarge, I'll try and send you a picture of the Erebor terrain. I thought I had, but I don't think I have. Yeah, the big old 3-story dwarven tavern and all that kind of good stuff. Yeah, I'll try and send you that, Sarge. Sorry that I haven't done that yet. Let's get the muzzles here on the secondary armament, like you do. Velfira, it wouldn't really be a surprise. I think all the stuff that's happening, those are just experiments by the aliens. Yes, Velfira. Everything that's happened over about the last 4 years or so, it's all been weird experiments by aliens to see how much craziness one human body can take. As we lighten up the superstructure here now just a wee bit. Where's that blending brush? Where you hiding? There you are. So back to it again with some of our somewhat lighter stuff here. We're not even at ice blue yet, so we have a ways that we can go. We're gonna try and do a little something something here on our bow because now obviously King George V sort of had a similar concept here, except it was a quad mount and then a dual mount there. And of course, during the Battle of the Denmark Strait, the guns were malfunctioning during that battle. Matt Velfir, I guess it's a bit of payback, right? Try to get some more. I might just go directly to the fast matte white here on some of our anti-air mounts here. Like you do. Yep, let me get these guys here. Also this. I guess, Rottweiler, now that you're done with the stream, is it back to Baldur's Gate? Because, yeah, I'm guessing that's what you'll be doing now that the stream is over. Gonna lighten you up again here. A little lighter on the end of these muzzles here. Get on that secondary armor. Let's get these machine guns back here. And then we'll get we are going to do a little darker glazy thing on our deck as well. So you can really see that this is an early configuration of Richelieu because there would be anti-aircraft mounts on at least on the super firing quad turret here. Yeah, Van Zig, when your parents used to say, close that door, you're letting all the air conditioning out, or you're letting all the heat in, or you're letting all the you're letting all the hot air in. Uh, that wasn't a good naval philosophy either, was it, right, Van Zig? Yeah, don't leave those doors open. There's doors for a reason, right? Now, obviously, again, that was for, say, you take a hit from the port side here, and maybe this side of the turret is hit. The other part of the turret was still supposed to be able to function. Of course, if you've also, if the turret ring is damaged, well, then it's not going to do a whole bunch. And I do think the KGV class was also supposed to have the same idea with the one quad turret, is that should one half of it be compromised, the other part of it could it was separated and it could still continue. I don't really know if that really ever would have worked. But when you listen to all the different design concepts that eventually became the King George V class, which I also do have in 1/700 scale too, I guess. That idea of trying to save 1,000 tons here, 300 tons there, and that was it was all about range finding, man. It was all about rangefinders and trying to make them larger, right? So you could get that stereoscopic viewpoint, but then you got all this weight higher and higher up on the ship. It's not just weight; it's weight higher up. And of course, ships that operated in the North Atlantic or whatever, like Scharnhorst, I mean, they had to worry about stability just because that superstructure will be covered in ice. Can you imagine having to climb hundreds of feet up over the water in heavy seas on a metal ship covered in ice to knock the ice off? Yeah, it'd be a little bit like that. Do we still? I still have that picture here. I think you remember this one, right, Val Farah? Where is it here? Oh, here it is. Yeah, there we go. Now that's just about, I don't know, 15, 16 feet off the ground, and that's just the 11 inches of ice on the roof there. Just imagine that again on a moving ship in the North Atlantic at night, covered in ice. Yeah, go do that. I can always recognize that particular image because it's listed as death on my when I'm looking through my scenes there. That particular scene is just called death because we came close to that at least 14 times during that little excursion right there. So if you want to know what it's kind of like to climb Mount Everest or whatever without the expense but the same risk of death, just do something like that. If you want the same thrill with a minimal cost, just do something like that. Here, let's get some of this lighter stuff here on this turret. Over here as well. There we are. Sarge, I was glad that you didn't really have to deal with was that 2021 all over again? Because it was well. Now it is supposed to be cold again, so it might there might still be some mischief going on. Hey there, Goob. How you doing? So Goob, hopefully you got all the stuff that you were looking to get on Sunday. Let's do this right here. There we go. That's fantastic, Lord Goober. Will this be a more intensive effort to get ready for Adepticon than previous ones, or is it kind of just, well, it's just another Adepticon. It's always crazy. Now again, we're trying to get some of our lighter stuff in here, and then we're going to get in with our rust or slash withering type effects. Also, too, oh, by the way, this scale will work for Warlord's Victory at Sea. So this is 1/1800 scale, and of course, Victory at Sea, the bases don't matter. Everything is measured from the bridge. So You could do whatever you want for your bases, doesn't matter. Yeah, Sarge, I'll shoot you a message about February. It's going to be, well, let's just say it's going to be a real interesting February here. And just kind of hoping that that February is not also going to leak into March. I have a feeling that it will. Let me get a little something more here. Well, that's well. I hope that all works out. I hope that all works out good for you. That the way you got it planned. And we'll do this on our stack there. As we welcome in Zhang. How you doing there, Zhang? I think tonight was a Gundam, right, Zhang? Nice to see you there, Moonraker. Welcome back. And again, thank you so much for the raid there, Zhang. So, Zhang, we have the first of the Marina Nationale. 1 hour, 6 minutes ago, this Richelieu looked just like Dunkirk here. So thank you so much, Moonraker. And also, too, this is the next thing I was going to be showing you here, Zhang, because I think we were painting one of these, right? It's like, I can play with that. That's just a cat toy. It's like, seriously, dude, you just absolutely reek of catnip. It's like, well, yeah. Wait to see what's going to happen to you. So, here, let's get Moonraker. And I think we had 3 of these on the last stream. We almost had another. Okay, there you go. Middle of the road. Middle of the road. So again, here's our Gandalf kitty. Here's a Gimli kitty. We got Cat Ladriel right there. Now these all have their flock and foliage. Hey there, Miss Spock. Nice to see you back. Oh, and Master Builder, welcome back. Where is here's Boromir. So again, Boromir, he has his flock and foliage there. And of course, we did 2 of the Argo kitties. So those were super fabulous. And of course, we're not that far removed from the holiday season. We did a couple of Armada Mondays in, well, flat format right there. So Van Zig, we've actually done a whole bunch of Dazzle camo, right? All of our Italian ships had Dazzle on them. Obviously, none of the IJN because they were all early war. Our South Dakota did. A little bit of Dazzle on that one there. And where's Essex? Here's Essex. So Essex also had its camo on there. Let's see. Where's some of our cruisers here? Nope, there we go. And of course, more of our barbershop navy again with that typical Italian Dazzle camo. I believe this is a Portland class cruiser with again some Dazzle camo. And of course, let's see. I don't know. What was the other one that we? Oh yeah, I don't know if you had a chance to see these. Now these also have all their flock and foliage on them. So we painted these up like a week and a half ago, I think, something like that. So our fabulous Clegane brigands there. I mean, this is the cavalry channel after all. Oh yeah, and we did paint actually a half a dozen of these. So these little dwarfs right there, those are from Creature Caster. Oh, and on previous Armada Mondays, we will be doing some Tau BFG ships. That will be coming up potentially. I don't know about this Monday coming up, but probably 2 Mondays from now, you'll be seeing some Tau. And of course, Jang, if there's anything that you want to share in the chat, please go ahead. Again, here is some of the others have obviously all of the dwarves, kind of based on those guys. There's some more of those Necrons, and of course, we will be getting back to some terrain painting here later this week. Yes, later this week we'll be doing some more of those. Oh, here we go. We actually painted 4 of these 3D printed ships. This is just one of the 4. That's for our Corsairs of Umbar, right there. Oh, and Jang, if you check out the Instagrams, you'll see the Hobbit holes have all of the flock and foliage on them. So yeah, there's grass on the roofs and flower tufts. The whatchamacallit, our little our lumber yard actually has wood chips and such in it. So appreciate that, Jang. And again, thank you so much for the raid. I know you're gonna probably have to take off pretty soon, but again, you want to share something in the chat. And I do believe you were working on some Gundams today, right? Instead of bricks. I tried to go take a look see there. So again, we're working on our water effects series, so you can kind of again see what it is that we are leading up to. And of course, we like to show the different design philosophies of ships. So obviously the French and Italian ships were meant to counter each other. They were not meant to be fighting, say, in the Pacific. That was not their role. So you can see the secondary armaments are much bigger and also in triple turrets. Now, let's wander back over to the South Dakota class here. You can see the dual purpose mount. That was very much an American philosophy right there. And American ships, they had to fit through the Panama Canal. So they all had that very distinct hull shape to them. Whereas most Euro ships were going to have that same kind of ovoid design. I mean, even the never built Montana class, that still had to fit through the Panama Canal. So again, that very interesting configuration. Now this is your Musashi slash Yamato. This is early war version of Musashi right here. Again, you can tell by the secondary armament there. That is not what that looked like in the later 1940s there. That's fantastic, Zhang. And again, if you want to post anything in the chat, please go ahead and do that, of course. Now let's get this churn at the stern much lighter here. Let's do this. Okay, we're using regular oil paints right out of the tubes. Our big 4 brands: Winsor Newton, Richardson, Gamlin, Williamsburg. Richardson was not really part of that already. It was like the big 3. And then I want to say in the last 6 to 8 months, I think Richardson kind of earned its place and expanded it out to the big 4. Hey, Spigot, nice to see you back. And nice to see you there, Grand Oracle. So, yeah, this is Richelieu. This is Richelieu, and you can see, well, the treaty battleship version of Dunkirk slash Strasbourg there. Thanks. I really do appreciate it, Jang. Really do. So check this out here, Grand Oracle. This is something that you'll probably be seeing on stream on Saturday. So that is a Mumak. We have the 0.4 nozzle. However, it is printing at 0.08 layer height. This should have been done. However, the filament ran out when I didn't notice, so we lost some time there, unfortunately. But it might be done right towards the end of the stream. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to film an episode where I take all of our casualty type 3D printed figures, and I'm just going to make a little base slash diorama out of all of that. And then we'll try to paint that up on Saturday. And again, all of this, let's see, 1 hour, 14 minutes, and 40 seconds ago, it looked just like that. Yeah, Grand Oracle. I will be getting some Mirs Al Kabir ships going. Obviously, Jean Bart and Strasbourg. So yeah, we will have Mirs Al Kabir ships that we will be streaming at some point. Night Whisper, that was kind of a revelation. That Venetian red, it is the only thing that is remotely close. Where are you hiding? You're hiding in here somewheres. Nope, that's the Mars red. That's not it. Also, to this, right, the Puro Orange has been, wow, amazing. Also, again, of course, the, was it the Ice Blue, which we're utilizing? Wow, look at this. Wow, that is pretty wild, Grand Oracle. Oh, Indanthren Blue is another one. Grand Oracle, that's something I normally would have tried to print in resin. Now, of course, I would have had to cut that in pieces myself and obviously hollowed it and everything because it's just one solid chunk because it was only meant to be printed on an FDM. But I thought it would be the perfect test, Grand Oracle, because it was a pretty solid object and relative. It had some complexity. It had a variety of surfaces. Oh, that's right. I'm making a printing workshop episode based on these. Well, Spigot, I hope I hope that it's an actual fun thing and not a well. I got something fun to tell you, and it's like holy smokes, that is not a fun thing. Hopefully, it's an actual fun thing, and hopefully everybody got their Adepticon registration stuff done. So yeah, Grand Oracle. I was gonna I was gonna print out that same thing probably well, later tonight. I'll print out that same thing with just a regular setting, and obviously we'll compare the time, a printing time, and then we'll have a little side by side result comparison there. Spigot reveals that those Trench Crusade miniatures are on my mini factory until mid-February. Well, thanks for that info there, Spigot. Now, Spigot, stupid question here. If I get them off of my mini factory, I can just download them, right? Because I won't be waiting, or do I have to still wait for the Kickstarter release? Sorry for the stupid question there. Ooh, that's a little too light. So we'll just use this as a bit of a blending brush here and tone that down. So Grand Oracle, believe it or not, one of the first things I did with these earth tones here was to do a skin tone video on the Patreon page. Uh, I have like 12 different versions of Mars Red Grand Oracle. I think we did use this also for a skin tone video. Well, Spigot, thank you so much. Actually, hey, Valfira, I'm putting you to work. I think you know what I'm asking you to do. Send me a reminder to go get Trench Crusade figures off of my mini factory. And again, that is why we appreciate things like our little Blitzkrieg that we had. Because, well, if you're wondering what all that goes for, it goes for things just like that, where we say, okay, well, we want to do videos and streams on Trench Crusade figures. Well, we got to get them. And that's where it goes to. Now, where is another one of my... here's another one of these. So this is the same 18-0 liner brush. However, this is kind of beat up. We are going to use that to try and get some Van Dyke Brown here onto the deck. Thanks, Valfair. Appreciate that. Well, Zhang, again, thank you so much for the raid. That is truly appreciated. And everybody, again, please give Zhang a follow. If you're not already doing that, you probably already are. So Zhang, appreciate everything. And I hope you have yourself some tasty chow. Actually, Sarge, speaking of chow, hopefully you've got something tasty that you're fixing to eat there too now that you're back. And thanks again, Velfair. Appreciate you sending that message. Because, well, needless to say, distraction levels are elevated, so we'll just forget about something important like that. So thank you for the reminder. And thanks to Armored Wolf. Appreciate that. Now, I have no idea. Now, can you get them individually? Or is it kind of a faction? Okay, you get this faction, you get that faction. Because I'll probably focus more on individual stuff that I think would max out for tutorials and live streams. So there we go. So doing a little bit of our that. Now let's start to take. Let's get our asphaltum out there. This is Richelieu does have a version of asphaltum here. This is the Gamlin asphaltum, of course. Oh, and a little bit of that Mars red. A little bit of Mars red. Mostly asphaltum though, and again, that is a Richelieu color. Or no, sorry, a Gamlin color. There you go, asphaltum. Now, there's a whole bunch of stuff that goes into that. Oh, look, ironically enough, Pigment Red 101. I swear it goes in that. It goes in everything. Well, have a good night there, Leaky Spigot. Spigot, that is very, very valuable information. So thanks again for passing that along. Appreciate that. Velfair, I'm going to hit this with the with our weathering stuff, and then we'll do a film noir. But I'm going to do a few things, Velfair. I'm going to do this, but I want to do like our Gimli cat because wow, that really it's pretty wild what that shows. Yeah, we'll do our Gimli cat in addition to our Richelieu here. Come on, there we go. Bit more back here on these guys around our turret, and then definitely up here with our anchor chains. I wonder if this was one of his earlier ships, just the way these anchor chains are compared to the way some of these other ships are. Everybody, please give Leaky Spigot a follow. Actually, Leaky Spigot, before you head off to sleep, if you want to share something that maybe, well, you're either going to be continuing to work on stream, something along those lines, you want to share something like that before you head off to sleepies there, please go ahead and do that. Alright, I'm just almost, well, we're going to do a little bit more of this, but at least we'll use this much I want. No, not on those barrels. Those are too active to get anything like that. Turrets, maybe, not the barrels. Landing brush, maybe. We'll just use this. Alright. Now, you'll be able to see right away the difference when we take away the deck color. Boom. Away goes the deck color. It's like, oh, wait a minute. There is value contrast there now, right? Because, again, we're an hour and a half in, almost. But look at the difference. See that? That is temperature contrast, saturation contrast. Where's our Gimli? Where are you hiding? There you are. Now, I think this this angle and this angle. So see, we got this here, right? You got those orangey areas. Well, when you take those away, it's like you just turned off the object source lighting. We bring it back. Looky here. Look at this. Yep, that's very different, huh? That is warmer, more saturated, cooler, desaturated. So you basically have a pair of opposites here. Again, super saturated, very warm, desaturated, much cooler. So those two things basically in combination. So yep, Uncle Trash, that is the Gimli cat. Here is the cat dog, and now again, he has all of his foliage. In addition to cat, I almost said cat lady, cat Ladriel and Boromir. So there's cat Ladriel, there's Boromir, and again, if you want to check out any of these painting sessions, they're all saved as highlights. It's kind of like a YouTube channel. Every single session is saved. And here we added the water effects. Also, again, see we added the foliage to our Argo kitties there. Actually, that cat doff later tonight, I'm going to turn him into. I'm going to basically shorten that down from a 4-hour session to about a 2-hour video on the YouTubes there. That will go up on the YouTube tomorrow. So check out the YouTube channel. Because we take our sessions here, and I just basically kind of cut down a little bit of the puppet shows and some of the other fracas that happens, raids, that sort of thing. And oh wait, let me get a little bit there. I'm gonna need that finer bright. Where you at? There you are. Now, it's every single time, and we know what's gonna happen every single time, and every single time I see it, it's just wow, holy smokes! It never fails, right? So Grand Oracle, yeah, I'm looking forward to turning that. Again, I'll try and print out another one of the Ollie fonts, that same file. I'll try and print that out after this, as soon as this one is done. Well, not going to be as soon as this one's done, because I'll technically still be streaming. But we'll load up another one, and we'll go back to the standard setting again, and we will see how long it took. Again, you can see we're doing. Actually, we can get closer. We can get closer here. Looky there. Again, trying to get some of the streaky things going on. What's weird is there's nary a mooring cleat to be seen. On that one cruiser, I swear there's like 25 mooring cleats. It's weird. Again, I think this might have been one of his earlier ships. And again, this is Lee McCall on My Mini Factory. And again, many thanks to all the folks that did the bits and the subs and such. Because, well, we have ourselves new files that we have to get so that we can turn those around and paint those up here on the stream. I guess I don't know if those are also if they come with some kind of bases or whatever. Not because I would use their basing, but I just don't know what size, because don't have the game. I could always get trench warfare bits from Make It Epic Basing and or Zabuvka and Goonmaster games, because I know that Goonmaster and Make It Epic Basing have trench bits, like your planks and everything. Obviously, some barbed wire. So, okay, that means I also have to then buy more basing bits, because of course. So everybody, please check out that link that Leaky Spigot just posted. Oh, and that, well, if you're still here, Leaky Spigot, I guess that now, do they have with the files? Is there at least some kind of reference to what base size they go on, or is it not quite as important because they're not going to be in base-to-base contact? Now let's get some more of our light down here. Let's get all this rusty stuff out of the brush here. Let's do that. And let's do this now, because we started doing that on the port side. Now we got to do that over here on the starboard side. Now you can see a little bit easier on our primed Dunkirk. So see, there's actual texture there on the base. That's the same stuff I use for my icicles, for my snow effect, for sculpting fire. That is your heavy gloss gel. It's the same stuff I used on that the Argo Cat that you just saw to get that texture in the water there. Thank you, Armored Wolf, for posting a link to the YouTube channel. That's fantastic there, Leaky Spigot. Yeah, like I said, it ain't going to happen this week or anything like that, but maybe in February or something like that, I could try to maybe have at least some of those ready again for Twitch sessions and potentially, well, at least, if anything, basing videos on the Patreon page. Because if it's going to be trench warfare basing, and I'm going to be buying trench warfare basing bits, might as well do a video on it. And again, that will be on the Patreon page, which has, if it does not have 200 basing videos on it, it's got to be pretty darn close. And that would not be an exaggeration. That's fantastic, Spigot. That would be really helpful. Yeah, because actually, I'm not seeing as much of that on my Insta feeds as I was even just last week. I guess that's not really a surprise. Things come and go really quickly. All right, up we go there. That's the other thing I haven't done is go on YouTube and look for Victory at Sea gameplay videos. Because again, you could take these 1800 scale ships and use them for Victory at Sea. That's the Warlord games. Really, I'm sure it's a fantastic system. Let me get some dark there at the end of these barrels. Especially on the main armor. Let's do the secondary. There you go. Let me chuck in a little more of our dark there on that turret. Let me see, there's some of these portals on the port side here. We're just going to have to restore a few of those. Or on the starboard side here, because this is always the side where the supports are, so those are just, well, they're going to get nuked, unfortunately. Such is the way of things. Yeah, got him here too. So have a good night there, Leaky Spigot. Have a good night. So Sector X, I think I did, it was a very brief message, but I am testing out. Still the 0.4 nozzle, but I did set it for 0.08 on the layer height. After that is done, I will print out that same file with my regular settings with that same point 0.4 nozzle, and then we'll have a direct comparison between the two. The one thing that surprised me is that I think it was like a 9 hour and something print time. I was expecting it to be automatically like more. So yeah, let's see. I think we're about 70 some odd percent done with that now. As I check Bambi Cam real quickly here. 1 second here. Uh, Here we go. Oh, it's 81%. Yeah, so it's 2 hours 46 minutes. There you go. So again, it does seem like it is much finer than any other printing I've seen. There's some other files that, and again, I'm imagining Sectrix, if I go with the point 0.2 nozzle, it'll take more time to print than even this would, but could really get some pretty spectacular results. I mean, maybe not resin printer quality, but sort of close. The other thing is, now I was hoping to maybe use this for vehicles. I'm not so sure about that because of how the supports would work. But that's why we're doing these experiments. That's why we're doing things like our printing workshop episodes. I tried to play some videos. Of course, all of the ones that I saw, ironically, were all with the Bamboo A1 instead of the X1. So everybody, please check out that link that Night Whisper just posted, and everybody, please give Night Whisper a follow as well. And thanks again for the raid, Night Whisper. Appreciate that. So Sector X, fortunately, this was all just one piece because it was literally just designed to. It was not designed necessarily to be printed at this kind of level of detail. Obviously, all those vehicles, they're all in their constituent parts. Now, what was recommended is that you go into, well, either like the Microsoft Builder or whatever, and essentially pre-assemble everything and print that tank mostly almost as one piece. That was kind of what was being recommended. Not sure exactly how that might work for me because that really might end up just putting too much time into it, which would make it impractical. Now let's get some more of our mid-tone light on the hull here. Also, we're just going to try and reshape this a little bit here. Some of these, like there, that bow is a little too much of our weathery stuff there. Let's get some of that off of there. We also need to reflect a little bit of all that lighter seafoam stuff that's happening around it. Sectorix, things like those hobbit holes or more organic type things, trees, I guess, right? Sectorix, those would probably look way better. Well, actually, Sectorix, oh, the dice towers. Yeah, like that, ironically enough, that Argonath dice tower would probably look really, really, really nice. Uh, Done with that setting. And of course, it really wouldn't lose any of its sturdiness, ruggedness. Trying to get me a little bit, again, more of the mid-tone here on some of these sponsons and the stack. Down in there. So see you tomorrow there, Sarge. Thanks again, Sarge. Appreciate you being here. And again, sorry I haven't been able to shoot you more detailed messages. I'll try and get you pictures of that of the dwarf terrain that I've been printing out. So here, let's do this on these mast spars. And we'll do this. Fortunately, with the oil paints, those are very effective at filling in those layers. Like shockingly efficient at it, right, Sectrix? It really doesn't spread. Oh, by the way, these speaking of 3D printing, these are from Battlecraft Supplies, and again, we've been using these like crazy here. Right, we're using these on our dwarves just on the last stream. And again, now these are really spectacular because you can unscrew this, put a bunch of weights in there. There's different configurations and different rigs that you can use on the top of those. And you'll find those on the Battlecraft Supplies Etsy page. So yeah, you cannot 3D print those. They will 3D print them for you. So if you do not have a 3D printer, then it's not going to be a problem. You will be able to have those too, because they do all the printing for you. Nope, that is way too light. Let's just backtrack a bit here. Just backtrack a wee bit. Oh, and of course, I guess happy Tuesday now. Happy Tuesday to everybody. Except for those out on the out west there, where it's still Monday. Sectrix, ironically, well, you heard the story, right? How I had to get the beige. Oh, and it's in the. That's right. It's just outside this room in the hallway. Um, it'll be weird going back to that beige stuff for printing. I actually could have used that for this Oliphant. Yeah, I could have used that for this Oliphant and then just done a whole bunch of pin line washes with the oils. So we will be doing again some airbrush slash terrain workshop videos with that beige stuff to kind of compare it. We like doing those kind of comparison type vids. We'll compare it to the black matte PLA. Everybody, please give Uncle Trash a follow because 9 p.m. Eastern Time will be the first stream for Uncle Trash. The first stream for 2025. Boy, can I reach it here? Where? Oh, here it is. On sec. So Night Whisper, I think you've seen this series, right? Now, sadly, Sunday I didn't get a chance to film the third episode, but you can see here again how we're taking things that normally would be round, and you see how they get stretched and pulled here. Same deal here on this. Again, we will be filming tomorrow the third episode of that, and of course you can draw that out too again. So this was episode 1 of the series where we drew this out. Episode 2 was transferring it. And then episode 3 will be the conclusion of this. This is 3D printed from Loot Studios here. So super fabulous. So Night Whisper, sometimes you, and I say it a lot in these freehand videos or whatever, sometimes you've got to fudge that stuff. Where's our dwarves? I think this might also show it too. So yeah, see how this had to kind of stop and be interrupted, and then see how it got moved up here, even though this is still flat. So Night Whisper, essentially the easiest way is to basically modify your pattern so you don't have to deal with that. So that's the easiest approach, is just say, okay, I don't want to have to deal with that. So I will make sure that there's nothing that close to that, what would you say, that flat bottom there of the cloak or robe or whatever. Now let me see if this one here. So again, this is one of our chapter studies videos on the Patreon page. You can see that's pretty flat there, but then everywhere else, right, is very much twisted and moved around and everything. So yeah, this is another one of our videos on the Patreon page right there. Hey there, Drex. Nice to see you again. Everybody, please give Drexia a follow. So Drex, how you doing? And of course, you want to post something in the chat, please go ahead. So great to see you again. I'm going to zoom out a little bit here again, so it's a little easier to see what it is that we are doing here. We also have to get to our lighter deck color here. I had to wait for some of those little darker glazes we did in there to set. So great to see you again there, Drex. And hope that you're having a good start to the new year. Hope everybody is having a good start to the new year. You get a little bit more of that fast matte white there. That's fantastic, Drexia. Actually, I've got more of the Dark Sword dragons that we'll be doing. And I don't know, Drexia, did you see the giant Smaug? Yeah, that is another video that I'll be filming soon, is another portion of that Smaug. It'll be the base. That's what I'll be painting next. I just want to rejigger this a little bit here, like so. So yeah, Night Whisper might want to just kind of draw that out several times and see if it can kind of work it out in that 2D mode, so that when you get it onto the surface, it's not quite as much of a mystery as like, how in the world am I supposed to make these kind of incongruous things work together? Sectrix, I was hoping to also, I wasn't initially going to do the airbrushy thing on it, but I thought, now that I've got these right here, I was kind of saving the bust for these, because oh look, we have floral orange. So I was kind of saving the bust there for filming, because unfortunately it's a little bit too tall for the streaming area here. So yeah, we won't be able to do him on stream. He's just too tall. If he wasn't on the plinth, maybe he would fit, but the height is the problem. If it was wider like this, as you can see, if it was too tall, it's more like that. But since it's wide, we can fit it on here. So yeah, he's going to be a tutorial video. Let's do this here. So yeah, Sectrix, he's going to have to be a tutorial video because he's just sadly too tall to fit on stream. He's too vertical. If he was a little less vertical, then he could fit. Let's get that along the edge of our turrets there, a little bit on the back of that turret. So again, Drexia, great to see you. Yeah, let me put a little bit more onto these secondary waves here. And of course, those do actually have a texture, as you can see here. So this is Dunkirk, Dunkirk Strasbourg class. This is Richelieu. And again, we're doing all these comparison videos. We're going to compare them to the Liquitex and Green Stuff World inks. Now, ironically enough, I did use those golden acrylic, well, the fluorescent versions of them. Now, the primary purpose I got those for was for painting terrain, but now that we're doing much larger stuff, same thing like with the Oliphant, I want to try and do some spraying of that. Probably hit it with those golden acrylic, and then we'll do our oils on that. That's how I'll be able to, because I want to paint that either in our Friday or Saturday session, possibly the Friday one. Mostly because the Saturday session could be postponed a bit by a possible winter storm, so I might have to be shoveling. I mean, once it gets to be 11 o'clock at night, it's like whatever. Whoever's walking around on that sidewalk at midnight, well, and if it's snowy, that's what you deal with. So I just would be waiting that out, making sure that, say, in that 10:30 hour, I can still get out there and do whatever shoveling that might need to be done. Uncle Trash, I think, actually, I think I have contacted that person. I think he also does fantasy terrain too. I forget actually, if you could tell me what his name is, I would recognize that immediately. But I think I know who you are referencing there. And again, Sector X, thanks for printing that out. Yeah, it's a bummer that it does not fit on the streaming area here. I think the area that I've got for filming the airbrush stuff and the terrain, that is probably 3 times the area as this one as far as just raw size. Thank you so much, Drex. Appreciate that. Thanks, Drex. Let's see, Drex, Sectrix, was that like 1/10 scale or something, or 1/12 scale? So if you did it at 72 mil or something like that, I mean, this here is 72 mil. Thank you so much, Grand Oracle. Appreciate that. More medicine, more better, right, Grand Oracle? So appreciate the sub there, Drexia. Thank you so much. Because yeah, this filming area really is designed just for miniatures. That's why I've subsequently constructed other filming areas where there is much more space, much more area to try and expand. Man, oh man, look at all these crazy sponsons. I almost put the cranes out here. The only reason I did is I saw this obviously your gun emplacement here with the well, a little bit of a blast shield around it. That's got to be where a turret's going to go. Yeah, it took months and months to create that filming area for the airbrush stuff, which obviously has to be indoors for a ton of reasons. Especially since, well, now it is about 15 degrees out there, but it's the lighting, it's the noise, there's a whole host of factors. Filming won't be happening in the garage, that's for sure. There was a brief moment where I thought maybe that might be possible, and then I said nope. So actually, Sector X, I have a tiny little USB box fan that's coming this way. I got some extra filter sheets, and I'm actually going to be experimenting with creating my own little airbrush filter thing for that streaming area. Again, any device that you buy, aside from being really expensive, is going to basically sound again like a 737 next to me while I'm filming, which is not going to be helpful. So I was trying to make something that could at least do something and also be quiet and also not take up a whole bunch of space because, well, again, space is at a premium. Very much at a premium. So, and of course, with all the other stuff that also happens in the alley, the garage, not really a good place to be. So, yeah, the garage is not an ideal place under any circumstances. Okay, now we're going to lighten up these range finders a bit here. Again, you can tell this is very much different than the Italian system of range finding, which was let's pile up as many range finders as we can in our superstructure. And of course, our little box compressor that I was using in the last few airbrush videos, that has been super helpful because it's sitting right next to me, which means it's almost like actually Grand Oracle. Remember that crazy foot pedal compressor I keep talking about that apparently is just not available anymore? Having that little box compressor right next to me is the next best thing because I'm literally spraying with one hand and pressing that button up and down with the other. It's hilarious. And I do believe Galeri makes one of those, right? Sectorix. I did. Oh, Sectorix. I did send them a couple of messages, by the way. I haven't heard anything back. So hopefully we'll eventually hear something back from them. So yeah, Grand Oracle. That's I showed that and actually that was the very first airbrush workshop episode. I'm pretty sure. I forget what the heck the name of it is, but Valfira and I, and actually Recoil, you got one. Yeah, we're just trying to get some light now on the barrels here if we can. So yeah, remember the foot pedal on the sewing machines, Grand Oracle. Because obviously my sister had one of those, my mom had one of those. Trying to get a little bit of light on this quarterdeck back here. And again, this is the Richelieu. It is 3D printed from Coco's models on my mini factory. Yeah, Grand Oracle. It's let's say this is my airbrush right here. Say that's the tip of the airbrush. That compressor is right about here. That's how close it is, and I can just be doing this while I'm spraying with the airbrush. It is pretty sensational. And there's 7 different settings. And as I'm filming, I'm constantly going up and down. Increasing the pressure a little bit, decreasing the pressure as need be. And again, all those videos are on the Patreon page. You do that $15 Army Painter pledge. Well, get your popcorn ready because you're going to have to binge well over 2,000 hours worth of videos. Potentially, we might be as high as 2,200 hours now. I've just been keeping it conservative and saying it's 2,000 hours. Now, I think it's just about, I think we can start thinking about getting our deck a little bit later. You can see we did that here on Roma, even on Arizona there. Sector X, you need to, sometimes you need to have entertainment on the video too. It can't all just be, it can't just be work, 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 right, Grant? The Sector X, sometimes you gotta have a little bit of entertainment on there. And sometimes you gotta give the audience a bit of a surprise, right, Sector X? So Grand Oracle, I'll be very curious to see what happens with this. Now, of course, all of the feedback, I was just interested in, well, 2 things, is how strong was it, but how quiet was it? So there was at least 4 different fans where looking at the feedback, I was like, nope, that is not going to do the trick. Because there was a couple of fans that say at like power level 1, okay, quiet. Power level 3 or 4, it was, again, back to a jet engine again. So that will be another, I think that is either coming like tomorrow or the next day, something like that. So that will be yet another airbrush workshop video. I think the fan itself was $10, and one, I think it's like a RF ratio of 8 or something like that. One of the furnace filters is probably $3 or $4 max. So basically trying to make some form of airbrush filter type thing for less than $20. No idea. I mean, again, it's not gonna. Is it going to be as effective as a full-on, airbrush hood with all the venting and stuff? No, it's not going to be like that. But it will also cost like 1/12 that amount or 1/20th. Okay, trying to work in a little bit lighter stuff here on that deck. Not sure we'll go a whole bunch lighter than this. I don't think so. Teensy bit more up here towards the forecastle. Yep, we'll lighten up just a bit more. A little more here. Let me see some Night Whisper. I wonder if this... wait a minute, Night Whisper. Well, it's kind of, I guess, that same sort of situation. So you can say I just kind of changed the design a little bit there because, kind of flat here like you're talking, and then here it gets very exaggerated with the stretching and such. You can see this was one of our chapter studies videos right here, actually. Oh, thanks, Drax. Appreciate that. Now, Drex, I don't know if you've had a chance to see any of our kitties here. Yeah, we did Cat Doff, Cat Ladriel, Boromeo. We did a Gimli right here. I don't know if you had a chance to see any of those. We did two of the Argo cats. Grand Oracle. As it gets to be summer, if I'm going to be filming those vids, I might have to. Well, I have a bunch. Actually, there is a water trap that came with that airbrush set that Galeri sent. So if it gets to be summer here, I might. Well, of course, I do have all my dehumidifiers downstairs. So technically, the basement, even though there's no air conditioning down there, with the half a dozen dehumidifiers I've got going, I think the humidity never gets beyond, say, 40% or so down there, maybe 43 on the high side. Hey there, Arid, how you doing? Everybody, please give Eric and Wave a follow. And of course, Arid, if you want to post your Pinterest link, like always, please go ahead. So Drixia, we used to in the early days of the pre-glaze use not Q-tips, but we would use those like little eye makeup type things. Now, of course, these are chopped up, but it basically became this, the makeup sponge, which of course at first I used to just use one sponge and try and use all the corners. Then I would cut it into like 4 pieces. Now you can see, I think my record is 13 pieces. So you can see we chop up these makeup sponges into smaller pieces. Everybody, please check out the Pinterest link that Iridicam Wife shared. And of course, Iridicam Wife will be streaming again, usual Thursday, 7 Pacific, right, Aaron? So again, everybody, please give Iridicam Wife a follow. And of course, again, this coming Thursday, I do believe will be another stream. Yep, 7 p.m. Thursday. And wonderful as the dice towers were, like we were saying the last couple of streams, right? You're just like, yeah, glad that project's over. They look sensational, but you're glad there's no more of those to do. So Drexia, these, what is it? Latex free, because you can tell, like here, see when let me put this down. When I stretch this, see it's pretty much intact there. The ones that are not latex free, when you stretch them, they get all crumbly. And well, guess what? What you're just talking about, you're going to get crumblies in your paint on the miniatures. So that's another reason to go with the latex free sponges. I just get them off of Amazon, usually a batch of 100. I don't go through as many now because, well, we don't do the pre-glaze quite so much anymore. Again, not that there's something wrong with the pre-glaze or whatever, but something like this, not terribly efficient doing that pre-glaze. And then there's things like our Tomb Kings here, where it's basically impossible. No way we're doing pre-glaze on that. Therefore, we take a different tack and we say, we're going to do the darker primer first. We're going to do darker primer like we did here. And that's a homemade primer color that I mixed, taking the Liquitex Prussian blue ink, mixing that with the black Stino Res, and then I just brush it on. Again, keep things simple as possible. Okay, these turrets back here, we need to get some of the mid-tone gray at least out here. Colors finally starting to set here just a bit. Well, now we're 2 hours in. 2 hours, 9 minutes in. And again, appreciate all of the bits and the subs and the follows and the cheers. And also, we've had some raids already from Rottweiler and also from Zhang. Hey there, T-Cat. How you doing? Also, everybody please give T-Cat a follow. And T-Cat, if you want to post some of your stuff in the chat, well, go on do that. And T-Cat, I hope we got all of your Adepticon stuff situated yesterday. And of course, T-Cat, I've been relating the humorous tale of me trying to do that registration after having done the all-nighter because, well, the Saturday stream, which ended 4 something o'clock in the morning, said, well, might as well just keep on working and stay up till registration, which worked until about 11:57 or so when I passed out in the chair and then woke up at about 12:09 because I basically was falling out of the chair. Now, on the plus side, right at that moment, that was when the glitch in the website was just concluding. So it's almost like someone said, let's just hold up this website here for everybody else until Jim falls out of the chair and wakes up. So I cannot confirm nor deny that I might have had something to do with that. Uncle AD is still here. Glad that you're still able to lurk with us there, AD. Well, TCAT, sorry that you won't be able to. Actually, TCAT, well, I'll be able to tell you a bit more about what the facility is like then. And TCAT, again, I don't know if you want me to show you what the Lord of the Rings kitties look like now that they've got all of their flock and foliage and good stuff like that on them. Well, I'm pretty sure you didn't get a chance to see Boromir. 1 second here. So there's Boromir, and again, now he has his flock and foliage on him. And here's a Cat Ladriel now with all of her foliage right there. So it looks very different, right? Not quite so barren anymore. Well, Edie, I think you saw me showing off the golden here. Oh, looks like, well, of course, this one was added. This one I already had. So it looks like 4, 8, 12. So we have 12 of those. And one of them, again, is basically iridescent pearl white, which means we are going to utilize that to make basically some metal colors. Let's see, I might also compare that to the Stynylrez metallic primers. So yeah, TCAT, that's one of those things where you kind of have to, and it's not the easiest thing for a lot of folks, is to just sort of say, okay, look, right now, all of this rock stuff is just barren and gray, but I have to realize once all that flock and foliage on there is going to look very different, and you sort of have to compensate for that as you're painting. I know that's not the easiest thing for some folks because maybe not really used to that concept. Something that you kind of adapt to a little bit over time. So AD, we'll see what happens with the iridescent pearl white. That's why I just what's the fancy word? Eschew all of the metallic colors, whether it's oils, whether it's acrylics. Where's our iridescent? Oh, here we go. So again, this is the only metallic oil that I use is this iridescent pearl white. So I thought, well, if it works with the oil paints, could very well work with the acrylics because, oh, looky here, it's basically this. That's basically what it is, and that works just fine. Where's our metallic lady? Is she here? No, too far out of reach. TCAT, I cannot confirm nor deny that there were some strong metaphors used last night as I was trying to adhere some of that foliage to the figure instead of to me. Yeah, there might have been some spicy words being used once. Just cannot confirm nor deny. You know what? I'm gonna go all the way to the Van Dyke Brown to make that more neutral. Because we need a little bit of something like that. Yes, these canvas water coverings here for our barrels, those they need to have a little bit of shading on them, even though they're basically black. I don't think I want to go too much lighter with that. We'll bring back some of our dark here, I think. Alright, let's try that. Then I will take some of our Mars back, some of the Van Dyke Brown. Nope, I'm going to go this way. This is, it's more about sharpening the edge than it is trying to make a darker color there. I think we have the sort of dark here in the range finders. And of course, again, everybody please give Night Whisper a follow as well. So give Night Whisper TCAT and AD Creations a follow. And again, also Kid Wife. Did I do the? Okay, I did. Let's see if I can try and get the ends of the barrels of our anti-aircraft battery now a little bit darker too. So again, everything on this starboard side here, it's going to have a little bit of some of the guards or some of the support nubs, kind of messing around with it a little bit. Now here, you're going to try and get rid of some of the seafoam green that worked its way up onto the hull here. And what are we at here? So we got 2 hours, 18 minutes ago. This had no paint on it at all. Let's do a quick little check here on our Mumakil. Again, that's being printed with the 0.08 layers, or 0.08 layer height. That's 86%, so 2 hours to go. You can see it's getting there. It's a getting there. Uncle Trash, what you didn't see, And of course, things just happen so fast. You know what the problem is? It's these humans. They do this thing called blinking. It's like, yeah, yeah, blinking. It must be a nice thing to do. It's like, well, why can't you blink? He's like, well, there's a certain guy that won't say the name. He didn't sculpt me with any eyelids. It's like, whoa, man, who does that? So I don't know. This genius did. So thanks again, Night Whisper. Like the weeping angel says, don't blink, you'll miss something. I think. Oh yeah, that's right. It was that one. Oh, it was the Bolt Action tournament. That's right. And that was the one where I had to create a brand new army because all of the like 12 Bolt Action armies that I had were not going to work because this was very time specific. It had to be something from 1944. And of course, for me, my bolt action armies, late war is like 1940. Looky here, we got ourselves a raid from Teals. How you doing there, Teals? Thank you so much for the raid. Everybody, please give Tealscar a follow. So Teals, I know that you're probably maybe behind some ads right now, but if you want to, share some stuff in the chat, please go ahead. Fantastic to see you again. I hope that your Christmas and New Year's were good as well. We are adding to our now somewhat vast collection of 1/1800 scale ships. This is the very first ship in our Marina Nationale. That would be our French Navy. 2 hours and 21 minutes ago, Richelieu looked just like Dunkirk here. Just some primer. And again, you can compare that to our Regia Marina. So that's the Roma. Again, that is Richelieu. We can compare that to, where's our South Dakota here? So there's South Dakota. We have painted, oh, I do believe something like 27 of these, maybe. And here's some of our Japanese battleships there. So all kinds of different types of ships. So Teal's great to see you. These, of course, have a little bit more freehand on their deck right there. And of course, Teal's, we've been having a blast with these in the new year. Look at this, Teal's Lord of the Rings themed cats. Oh, no problem, Teals. So I was wondering, Teals, because I was asking, like, I haven't seen Steep streaming in a while and such, so I was, hopefully you are doing a whole lot better now. I know the chaos is still kind of there. This is our cat ladriel. Now we have our fabulous foliage. Oh, look at this. Here's the Argo cats. We did both of those. Oh yeah, here we almost forgot about Boromir. And there's Boromir right there. Uncle Trash, oh hey, say hi to Legion of Gray Plastic for me. So Teals, I'm glad that you could start streaming again. I know I know that life sometimes just kind of says, nope, you are not streaming right now. We got other plans for you. And of course, Teals, if you wanted to post something that maybe is a little bit on the older side, that'd be fine too, because maybe folks haven't seen it yet. So glad that things have calmed down a little bit for you there, Teals. Oh, and Teals, we're also going to be getting back to our terrain here. So now these have since gotten their flock and foliage, but we have basically some dwarf buildings that are about that similar size of that. Also, too, we've been painting our 3D printed ships. That's just one of 4 of them. And again, that is for our Corsairs of Umbar. I'm glad that Legion of Grey is coming back there, Uncle Trash, because I think, didn't we used to raid Legion of Grey in our some of our later night streams. I'm fairly certain. So that'd be great. And again, Teals, thank you so much for the raid. Appreciate that.
So say we all.
That's for sure, right, AD? Thank you so much, Surface Tension. Appreciate that. Time for some medicine. Thank you so much, Surface Tension. So everybody check out that Discord link that Teals just posted, and please give Tealscar a follow. Oh, hey, Surface Tension, if you want to share your link there too, please. Oil painted stuff. Yeah, Surface Tension. These Armada streams, they just tend to sail right along, don't they? They just sail right along. That's fantastic, Uncle Trash. So again, everybody please be like AD Creations and check out that link that Tealscar just posted. However, you got more work to do. You got more work to do because Surface Tension just posted another link which has all kinds of fabulous oil painted miniatures. Oh, Surface Tension, I was able to print out those Highland miniatures, High Elves, ultimately. Well, technically, I still have to reprint one of the lions from the Lion Chariot. Yeah, I mean, sometimes, like you say, you just have to plow through the waves, right? And again, I think we're probably at about 83% here on our. So this is printing with the, again, that layer height of 0.08. And so we're getting there. We are getting there. Closer and closer and closer. So surface tension, I think part of it. So I took that same Chidu box file and I basically just tried to save it. And well, when Chidu box crashed a couple of times, I said, you know what, we're just gonna do this 100% from scratch. I did 100% from scratch, and it printed out just fine. It's just, I think at the time, the computer itself was just acting really crazy. And I just did not have the time to say, I'm going to have to close down every program that I have open, which is actively doing stuff, just to restart it. So I said, I can't do that, and that's probably just what I should have done. So Teal's Fort Wapple will be, oh, what would you, I don't know, Armored Wolf, would you say it's easily 2 to 3 times the size? And it will be out in the hall again, but not underneath the escalators. And again, that's at the Baird Center in Milwaukee. So yeah, surface tension. I guess if I had just somehow had the time to do that, that probably would have solved things. And it happens every so often, maybe about every 100 and some odd prints or so. If I didn't print as much, it would not happen as much. But since I'm essentially printing 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, it just kind of it just creates more opportunities for mischief. Now we're back to our fast matte white 100% on some of our waves here. There we go. That's fantastic, Teals. That is fantastic. And again, I'm glad folks were able to get their sign up for their classes, do all that stuff. And I hope everybody is able to have a blast, of course, at Adepticon. And for the folks that are teaching classes. Hope all that goes really well. Now, I will say this is a new venue. There is one thing that you can expect in any new venue, and it's been the case of the 12,000 times that they've changed venues. There will be chaos because it's a new venue. I think this is venue number 5 for me, and every single new venue means some form of chaos. AD, if let's put it this way, if you said, you know what, you can go on the pro tour circuit for that and kind of give up on the painting thing for a while, I would be very tempted. Because that was like the most fun that I've had probably in 5 years, maybe six, probably 6 years, maybe actually more than that, maybe like 8 years. So yeah, surface tension. Now of course, Adepticon has come a long way since the Warhammer and Lord of the Rings tournaments were both held in a tent in the parking lot in April during a snowstorm, where people were basically setting their army lists and their display boards on fire just to keep from dying of hypothermia. Things have changed slightly since then. Trying to lighten this up a little bit. And now we'll get our not blackest black along the edge. Oh, that's the thing I keep forgetting. We've done like 12 orders on Dick Blick, and we still haven't gotten another one of these guys. Well, have fun taking the doggos out there for their usual post-stream ritual teals, and have yourself a good night's sleep. So yeah, they couldn't understand why there was so much black smoke belching out of that tent all of a sudden. Yeah, that was all the plastic and resin and foam being set ablaze all at the same time. Oh, did I also mention that this was Adepticon, which meant 40 plus mile an hour winds? So the tent, if your army wasn't battened down, there was a good chance figures are going to be blown off the table, and that's inside the tent. I'm pretty sure that was our very first Adepticon. Also, it was either our first or second Adepticon. Again, if you're going to Adepticon, be ready for 5 inches of snow. Be ready for 90 degrees. Sometimes both. It's kind of like one of those trust building, or what is those? Those corporate trust building exercises, surface tension. There you go. Let me get a smidge more of my light on the edge of these. Again, these two quad turrets. And this was, well, the English tried a version of this with the King George V class. And there's a couple ideas. First of all, you have all of your main guns pointed forward at all times. So you're not, having a few guns aft here or something like that not doing anything. The other thing is that these turrets were split into two. So if one half of the turret should be disabled, the other half was supposed to still function. That was never put to the actual test. I question just how well that would have worked. And you can also see again the difference in secondary armaments and the philosophy there. So you have your Italian ships, again heavier secondary armaments in triple turrets, just like your French ship here, whereas say the dual purpose secondary, lighter, only 5-inch guns there, but more rapid fire and also meant for anti-aircraft work as well. So you can see the difference in design philosophies there. And again, it's American ships were they had to work in two oceans. They also had to get through that Panama Canal, which led to other limitations. Also, just slipways and shipyards. If you don't have the shipyards to handle a certain size vessel, there's no point in building a vessel of that size. Okay, I'm just going to get a little bit of the light here on the portals. We got to do a whole bunch of stuff here on these anti-aircraft batteries back here on the stern. Surface tension, I can remember Adepticons where I would see like an entire 6 foot by 4 foot foam terrain board flying through the air like it was a paper bag with a couple of people chasing after it. Because again, Adepticon, a little bit light on the right there on the freeboard. And again, Adepticon is a place where you can experience all 4 seasons in the same day. It wasn't that many years ago where you had 50 degrees and rain, then 40 plus mile an hour winds, which led to 30 degrees and snow, which later in the day led to sunshine and 70 degrees. And that was literally in a matter of hours. That wasn't even over the course of 24 hours. That was over the course of about 5 hours. So welcome to Adepticon. Oh, and of course this is going to be in Milwaukee. That's right. So your snow chances just increased by about 20% or so. So enjoy. Surface tension. It would be very interesting. Any place in Michigan where there's lake effect snow this time of year. So yeah, surface tension. Imagine any time that the wind blew off of the Irish Sea there or whatever, all of a sudden you were going to get 2 to 12 inches of snow for as long as those winds blew. Well, have a good night there, AD. I'll shoot you some messages tomorrow and just kind of fill you in on stuff here, see how you're doing. And again, this is from Coco's Models, aka Lee McCall, on My Mini Factory. He has fleet packs for the U.S. fleet, the British fleet, Japanese fleet. I think actually for the U.S., Britain, and Japan, he has 2 fleet packs. He also has fleet packs for your French Navy, for the Kriegsmarine. But with those, you're going to probably need to get some of the individual ships to really fill those out. And I still have tons of individual ships to get. And oh yeah, Surcouf. That's one of them that I wanted to get for my Marina Nationale, but I haven't actually seen the file. I was told that he did have Surcouf, but again, I have not seen that file when I was looking through his stuff. I do hope so. I hope so, AD. I know you're trying to get the last vestiges of that done and dusted so that you don't have to rush for Adepticon. Trying again to get the top of these. Oh, yeah, here, let me get these barrels here. Our paint is, our darker glazes have finally set here, which means I can finally do this. And again, these are all done with oil paints right out of the tube. We'll show you our typical brands here. So here's our big four. We're going to lay them out there for you. There they are. So Gamblin, Windsor Newton, Richardson, Williamsburg. These three here, basically about the same when it comes to quality, when it comes to price. There will be differences and variations, heck, even within the same paint brand. But these are good, decent quality stuff. When it comes to your Williamsburg, this will cost you potentially significantly more, but you also get a higher quality product and well, more value out of it. It does the classic, you get what you pay for. What you do with those is, well, you wait for the fabulous sales to happen. Like right now, Dick Blick has the winter sale going on. I would say the majority of my Williamsburg paints, or any paint that is on the pricier side, that is something that I just kind of waited till there was some kind of sale, and I went, okay, now is the time. Yep, AD, that definitely leads to a little bit of face down phenomenon right there. So hopefully you can get yourself some sleep. And of course, thanks again for being here. I'm going to try to get a little more light on the top of that turret. Now I'm going to try and have some streaks of weathering slash whatever also. So on our anchor chains here again, I'm pretty sure this is just one of his earlier files. Just kind of based on how the anchor chains, and there's no mooring cleats anywhere. Whereas I was doing some destroyers that had more mooring cleats than this thing does. So those must be some later files or something like that. Let's do some here. Some of that down here. Also over here. More of these portals again. We're going to have to, yeah, let's get the side of these turrets. Not quite this light, though. We're going to get a little bit more of our bluish gray together to do that. So some more of a mid-tone here. Geez, recoil, sorry that took so long. Hopefully it wasn't too painful. I guess it must have been kind of crowded there. And recoil, I guess it's still pretty toasty. I guess the big question is, has it dropped below 30 degrees there yet? Which to us would be what, about 91, 92 degrees, something like that. So, well, I don't know if it's, yeah, again, that's why this is must be an older design, because there's no boats on the boat deck there. Is this too, okay, no, that's about the level of mid-tone that I need there. Yeah, I'm just trying to, smooth out some things here on the hull. Not specifically looking to do reflected light here. Well, that's well, somebody's throwing a good block there. That's a pretty good block there then that they were throwing. So, all right, on our starboard side, let's again try and clean things up a little bit here. Let's keep working our way forward here. Sorry about that, Rico. I know that doesn't necessarily have to be super, super, super warm for that to be kind of uncomfortable. Alrighty. Now, we were talking about taking some of our Mars red. What is that? As full tone. Not too much thinner here. But let's, there we go. Get a couple little streaks going here on our turret. Like that. Oh, looky here. We got the wristbands going again. Remember those? Wapple socks. I think that's what they call it. Because that's what they were. They were basically worn out socks. I just cut off the toes of them because they already had holes. And then we wore those, and I would basically use those as a paint towel. Holy smokes, recoil! That's wow. That's one heck of a delay right there, an unexpected kind of delay. Not really what you would expect. You would expect going to the store and having a little bit of an issue with finding a parking space. Having that at home is had to be a little bit of a surprise. So again, trying to get some of our. Oh, we need to. I see what we need to do here. We need to get that all along this. So okay, that's all right. That is good then. Since I had to do this in multiple places here, we're also going to get a little bit of a streak thing going on here with our with our. I almost called that a mantlet. No, that would be your barbette, not a mantlet. That would be the tanks. That is not a ship. So glad you could at least rock that for a little bit there, recoil. So again, there is basically almost no thinner in this at all. Almost none. We don't really have much of that over here on this side of the stack. So in here, all right, let's get rid of this. We'll get our sort of mid-tone gray rocking again, and that. Here we are. Because that is just a whole lot darker than it is supposed to be. Yeah, and we'll, I think, maybe even lighten this up a little more on this side right here. Also, again, some more of our bridge work, range finders. That's very ironic there, Rico, because I at the store I was thinking about getting one of those that I could just kind of toss in the oven very quickly, but didn't snag one. So you're having the we'll have pizza vicariously through you then. Maybe we try and snag some tomorrow or whatever. Try to find me a little more of the lighter stuff here on this on our forecastle here. There we go. Mm, little bit more of that lighter deco right there. Also got to get some back in here. I think we might have done this on the starboard side. We'll double check. Nope, we haven't. So let's do that here. Also, we need a little something here. It can't be quite that dark there. Yeah, now we're almost 3 hours in. You can see a little bit of a difference, right? Ooh, very soon we'll have to get our edge here, right? We'll be taking that not blackest black and doing that. So something a little bit on the lighter side right in here, right along this edge. And you can see where we're holding that brush. Look at this. It's closer to the back of the brush than to the front of the brush. Perhaps a touch more light on that bar bit down there. Will get me a little more light right over here on the bow. It's not quite a dry brush. It's that sort of feathered brushstroke approach. Oh yeah, those sound. All three of those sound very very tasty. Actually, Rico, although the basing stuff was looking fantastic. Again, I don't know if you had a chance to share. I don't think you have that posted to your instas, but I know you got some other stuff posted there. If you want to give that a share there in the chat, please go ahead. And everybody, please give Recoil13 a follow if you could. Alright, going a little smidge lighter here. Because reasons. Yeah, it works. Touch right here. Let me see. This, right under here, I gotta try and get a little bit more of that lighter stuff in there. Also here. That's too much of our light right there, and I'm going to try and get a little bit of this onto the boat deck here. I'm going to try and shove a little bit. There we go. Okay, we had to get a little something lighter on that boat deck somehow. You know, I might also here on these ports. Let's get some light going on these two. So I went back to this is that ice blue. We sometimes call it radiant indigo because reasons. Can't be too thin because otherwise it's just going to fill these right in. It'll basically become a pin line wash, and that would not be good. Nope, there's a couple on that starboard side here. Plus the... Yep, we need the shields on here to be a little bit lighter too. Yep, I'm going to go a little bit later on that boat deck right here. Also over there. More of these gun shields that need to be later. Yeah, some of our darker glazy things just kind of covered those up initially. We're just going to try and bring those back now. Oh, yeah, that's right. The Runeforge Discord. That's right. Again, if you want to share that, Grant Orgo, please go ahead. Ah, this thing has no... here we are. What about other apps? Same deal here. Again, but I've been waiting on those two for quite some time to be able to get some more of my light on there. So we got our... Wow, I actually did two wave splits there. Wow. Most ship you might not even see the one. Here they got two of them. And of course you can always tell the more modern type designs, not only the where they don't have the casemated stuff, but you have the freeboard is more of a consistent line. That one went a little bit lower than we wanted, so I will come back here and get rid of some of that. I need something a little bit more in between here. So that is slightly darker, and then this is going to be slightly lighter. Let's see if we can make this work right here, right along this edge. Possibly go a little further with that. Got to do the same deal here. Let me get that block in there. This is the other thing I haven't done. You can see these platforms here never did come back in here. Make those lighter. A lot of that is just that a little bit darker glaze we put in, but I can see I want to do some of this now. That's just a little bit of the streaking and such. Okay, I want straight down. That's what I want. Not at an angle. I want that to go straight on down here. So yeah, that's all making me hungry there. When reading that recoil is making me kind of hungry. Yeah, again, I don't want to make this into a rust bucket. That's not what we're looking to do. That upper platform, I need a little bit more of just my kind of mid-tone-ish gray in there. Let's see how that goes. Rico, then I would get to see the glorious, uh, the, what would you say, the full-size Ninja air fryer at work? Because I'm pretty sure that mine is only a portion of that size. As again, I'm just working a little bit more of that mid-tone onto this platform. Not a ton of it. Yeah, Rico. I think I probably should have experimented putting that roast in the air fryer just to see what would happen. So we'll have to try and do that next time, I think. So on the back of these turrets here, we're gonna make some little bit of adjustment to the lightness of that. I need this to go further down towards the deck. That also has to go all the way back there. Probably need to do it. Yep, same thing over here. So, okay, we need a little more definition over here. That's what we need. We'll take this darker stuff here. Clear that up, and we'll maybe go a little later on that as well. Let's see how that might work. Also, this crane, gonna darken this down a little bit. Just give me a couple seconds there to do that. Just needed to do that. No, that will be too dark there, so let's back away to this again to sharpen up that edge. Maybe this one too. On the back of the rangefinder. Yeah, recoil. That was, I just had that. Well, I wanted to do all the usual veggies and stuff in there. But we'll experiment more next time. We can always experiment more. Of course, we want to do that with our painting too. You always want to try and experiment as much as possible. Because you never know, you might find that new whatever, the new technique or that new tool or that new material might actually work better than what you've been using all along. Maybe not by a lot, maybe just by a little, but that little bit could also make a very big difference, and maybe all of a sudden everything takes way less time and you get at least the same result, maybe even a better result. It also does keep things more interesting instead of it's all the same old, same old. So see you later there, Recoil. Again, thanks for being here. And of course, Recoil, if you want to share your fabulous links in the chat there. Please go ahead. Let me lighten you up a little now. Right there on this border bit. I'm going to take a little bit more. There we go. That's what I need. And we're going to lighten you up just a little bit here. Nope, nope, nope. Let me get this, whatever it was, a little something sitting on the end of the brush there. I had to get rid of that. And here I need to, crazy as it is, I actually need to get a little more light here. Even though these canvas things are supposed to be dark, as in basically black, we still need to have a slightly lighter edge on those. So here is another, I'm going to go back to at least the mid-tone gray here. And this bit right here, I think I'm going to just try to go a bit lighter here. Let's do this. We're going to do that there. And then we're going to lighten things here. Okay, and do that on this. Well, that didn't quite go where we needed it to. I'll try the other way. I'm going to go darker. On that. And up here. Okay, that makes a little more sense now. And then some of those got a little bit darker there. See you later there, surface tension. As always, thank you for being here. Appreciate that. Here's hoping you have yourself a fabulous week coming up. I'm probably still gonna have to get some more of my fast matte white out here. I'm gonna do a little bit more on our waves. First doing this, maybe even catch that anchor. Also this anchor. Perhaps even some more lighter edges on the bow here. Fabulous blending brush like this one. And take that and move that stuff around. I'm actually going to try and lighten up the deck here. Also over there. Blending brush once again. So you're just going to take that and push that paint around. Hashtag no layers. No layers. Taking that, getting back to our ice blue here. Back to our superstructure. Maybe not so much of the rust there. Slightly later. Now let me come to a little comparison here to our I'm gonna get me a little bit, maybe more of my seafoam green here. Oh, more of my dark. That's it. That's the one thing that we want to do here. So I want to take this brush. We got our Prussian blue and our phthalo green, and this hopefully, as a kind of a dry brush measure, will work. Man, a little bit more of our phthalo green into that. And not everywhere. We're just going to pick, say, one out of every three of our little waves to come along here. And of course, that will make our churn look that much lighter. Like so. So now I think we can try and do that lighter or the darker edge along the side here. Okay, I do have some water because, well, this is acrylic right here. This stuff. Let's get that going. And a little drop of water there. Because now that I'm putting some of this darker stuff here, I need to be able to see just how dark that is. And because I have all this overflow here, so I want to try and get rid of some of that by doing this. Eventually, I'll hit this with the Stuart Simple. That is the blackest black, otherwise known as Black 3.0. This stuff, however, is a whole lot, it just holds a lot better. So better to use this first and then over the top of this. Put the Black 3.0. It's going to be more stable that way. Oh, this would really here. Look at it. You can see all that over stuff that went over the edge. Now we're just kind of getting rid of that. Oh, by the way, this is just plastic card. All of my bases are just a piece of plastic card that I cut and typically file the edges to make them as flat as possible. But look at that. Big difference along that edge. And I think we have gone all the way around. So, good to go. All set. So we'll just, again, try to clean this out with a little bit of our water there. I'll be using this again for our oils in a second. Get back to the, here, let's get some of our thinner into this. Now the plastic card that I was using for this, one side has a little bit of a texture, the other side has none. I've got the no texture on the bottom because I do think this, yes, here. So this is something I use for magnetizing a lot of stuff, especially if it has a larger flat base like this. So with this, our Battlefield Gothic ships, and of course my plastic and resin Lord of the Rings figures too. I just basically a refrigerator style magnet, and that holds very, very well. It's got just enough hold, but not too much hold. Because if it's got if it's got that death grip on your whatever metal in your carrying case or whatever you're doing, you could be ripping off parts of your ship or your miniature, right? You'll have the miniature in your hand, and the base will still be attached quite firmly to the and very sadly to your case. Yeah, you don't want that. At least I'm guessing that's not what you want. Good morning there, Inganes. Happy Tuesday. So, Inganes, I hope that your Tuesday once again is off to a fantastic start. And again, it is great to see you. Maybe a bit more of, there we go, a bit more of the turquoise in that. Just a craft brush. Oh, was it Royal Ling? Yeah, Royal Ling nickel craft brush there. That's all it is. You can see we got now we can soften all that. I think out here we're pretty good to go there. Let me get all this turquoise out of the brush here. And kind of say again, we're gonna maybe do a little bit of lighter stuff out here in our the part there where the ship is not cutting through those waves. Back to our ice blue again. And I've tried to keep this all going in the same direction for all of our ships, no matter what navy they're from. So now I'm making that not quite as straight of a line. So guys, hopefully you've been able to maybe do a little bit of painting over the last week or so. Lighten this up a bit. Okay, so there we go. All right, we got that working. I'll lighten up some more things on the superstructure here. Stuff that's coming the most towards us, especially going to emphasize that. Onto our stacker. Well, let's lighten up these couple of platforms here. Rangefinder up there. Or, sorry, fire control platform actually. Some Van Dyke brown here to get some of the shininess out of the stack there. So yeah, guys, this is the first of our French ships. This is the Richelieu. We also, and well, again, you can see 3 hours 17 minutes ago, it looked a little bit like Dunkirk here. Will most likely be our next episode here for Armada Mondays. I'm gonna make that not quite as light here, the bottom part of the bow wave. And I think I'm actually going to cut away a little bit of the lightness of this too here. I'm going to get some of the darker stuff, some of my lighter stuff. And I think we're going to trim that back just a wee bit there, and also on that side. This is a nice thing about the oils, right? We can make these adjustments. Whether it's freehand, just the colors, whatever, we can really make some significant adjustments. Another adjustment here, that bow has to come up a little bit higher, so we'll do that. Here, let's get that going here. Get some of our fast matte white up there. Take that same like value 2 ice blue there, and I think that'll work. Okay, so now that has a little bit of shading on it. Just a touch. I think I'm going to try and get me a little bit more of our light here on the aft superstructure tower, which is also part of the stack. You know what? I'm going to get a little bit of that light over here. Let me see if that can go right along this platform edge. This one, also that one. I don't know, maybe I need to go a little bit lighter here. Let's see how that's going to work. Here, let me get some of our fast matte white into that. Yeah, it was getting a little bit rusty up there. We don't want that. It's another little platform that just got too dark. I'll lighten that up too. So see you later there, Arid. Thanks again for being here. And again, everybody please give Eric and Wave a follow. And Arid, well, I hope you have a fabulous stream on Thursday, of course. You know, I'm just gonna flatten you out. Ooh, there's another area that really needs some light. I think we sort of, we didn't really do it on the other side either. All right, we'll get both sides now. That's fine. On this boat deck here, and then our crane. And we got this sponson here. Okay. I think that helped a whole bunch. We shall see. A little more light over here again on this. Let me do the bottom of this. Let me just get a little something here on the bottom there, something along the top, and now along this side there. Nope, got to do that again. Maybe I'm gonna have to get some, well, a little bit of thinner around there to make it flow. Showing up, that's what it needed. It just needed some more thinner to make it flow. All good now. Much better. All right, Barbette. Yes, I know we have that little bit of the rust streaking there, but we needed to get that bit of light. We need to get a little light here on the underside of that turret. Up on the by the anchor chains, we need a little bit of light in between these. Let me see if I can squeeze a little something here. All right. Let me see if I can't sneak some of my fast matte white up here. There's this one anti-aircraft mount right up in here, being a little pesky. Some of the light along these two edges. Okay, and now again on this deck here to make that separate a little bit more. And then this edge too, we need a little something there, and then one more time to lighten up this here. Well, that sounds good there. So this is the Richelieu. It was not present at Mirs el Kabir. It was actually torpedoed early in the war. It was it went to the U.S. Had some refitting, and that's where it got the. So you can see here the picture on the lower right-hand corner. That is the refit version with the Dazzle camo on it. So I can always reprint this one, and we can try and do that 1943 camo on there. And that did. It actually ended up in the Pacific of all theaters. Again, not what it was designed for, but it ended up out there. So yeah, this one was not at Mirza Kabir. And again, ended up fighting in the Pacific of all places. Let me get the couple more areas of light onto these things. Also over there. That's better. I think. Yep, I'll do it on the other side too. Yeah, that was a little more than I wanted. So blending brush to kind of take some of that away, I think. Yeah, that'll work. One second here. I've got the phone charging cord wrapped around the chair leg. That's not going to work so well. That would be bad. Pushing that light further back here onto the boat deck. Something I've been trying to do for a while, but the glaze stuff that I put on there, it was lingering just a bit. It was lingering a wee bit. Surcouf was kind of the same way recoil, except that ended up, I forget how it sunk, but it ended up sinking off the coast of the U.S. And that, of course, that's the submarine with the cruiser guns. So yeah, with the submarine with the 8-inch guns on it. And there were a whole bunch of French ships that had that kind of strange service history to them. The Italian ships might have had a similar thing. It's just that the Germans were able to get those and either destroy them. In the case of say Roma, with the very first guided, basically munition, the Fritz bomb that took out the Roma. Yeah, I think it pretty much yeah took it out, and really I don't know how many people were able to survive that because well it needless to say it sank pretty quickly. Let's see. So basing does not matter, and everything measured from the bridge. Yeah, that's what we've been saying there, Rico. Now, actually, Rico, if you don't mind sending me a link to that, that would be pretty handy because yeah, otherwise we'd have to be searching around for that. Hopefully, it's one that's what would you say, kind of shows you how to play it because sometimes it's just people rolling dice and saying this is this, this is this. It's really nice. Well, like the guys from, oh, was it Tabletop Battle? I don't know if are they even still around. Recoil. I'm not sure if the guys from Tabletop Battle are still around, but they really did get into all. Okay, this is what we're doing here. There's this modifier. Let's take our time here and let's explain what it is that we're doing instead of just roll dice, roll dice, roll dice. Okay, that hit, that blew up. That's whatever. So again, more light on those gun platforms. I might do a little more light here on the side of these turrets here. Yeah, let's make these a little bit lighter here. Now, so thanks, Rico. Appreciate that. So that will help a whole bunch. I'm tempted to put a little more kind of mid-tone in here. Probably just should leave that be. Sometimes, what is it? The enemy of good is better. And the enemy of completion is perfection. So we put in a little more there, okay. You know what, I think we should maybe have a bit more of our mid-tone right here. Let me see how this is not, okay, that's not too late there. That I might just have to leave that alone. Can't really reach that too easily. All right. I was, yep, there's a little something back in here. I wonder, let me just do this as a blending brush first. See what that does. That might just be good on its own. What about on the back of these platforms? I'm going to try and get a couple little lights on the top portions of those platforms. Let's see how that's going to work. Like here. Also along there. One more. Okay. Got those three going. That was a little too much there. So blending brush comes along, takes out some of that. We can just come back here with some of our dark and take out some of that. So I'm trying to do a little bit of a streak here along this platform. Okay, good. That worked. Trying to get almost a little bit of our streaking slash rusty color in a couple of places there. Maybe even a little, getting a little discoloration on that. Taking those streak and pulling those down here. Easier to do now that they've been sitting on there for a while, right? Because if I'd done that 2 minutes or even less after I put those on there, it would just smear them instead of actually taking them and blending. So again, wherever there's a spots in like this, it is right along the edge of that hole. You're going to have some of it. Again, like where I'm holding this brush, nowhere near the end of it, right? Down you go. I think we did some of that also here. Yep, on Roma, so you get a good idea. These basically these ships were literally designed to fight each other. They again the French were not designing again a whole bunch of ships to be fighting in the Pacific at all. That wasn't going to be their thing. Can I get a touch of light here along this edge? Yep. Okay. Leave that alone. I might try to get a little touch more here. Let me get the little hint of Indian yellow here, maybe also too on this deck color. That can't be too thin. Not for these planks here. Just sink right down into those crevices, which we do not want at all. This one, especially here, because the light's just going to reach that more. Under here, not so much. Because that turret's just going to cast a shadow on it. Do I need to get a little more of my dark in there? I don't know. Trying to sneak a little more of the lighter deck color back here in the stern if I can. Yeah, so this is that unusual configuration of the secondary mounts, whereas on your Italian ships, it was spread out into 4 turrets. And you can see here they had basically the secondary mount. Well, this was sort of your anti-aircraft here. They kind of split those into separate things. Whereas again on your U.S. ships, they tended more, especially in the mid to late war, it was these dual-purpose guns. So yeah, Grand Oracle. That's why I was a little bit disappointed that I could not seem to find, well, things like the Dauntless dive bombers, some of those other type of things to make the little plane stands with, because that is also a thing for victory at sea. And well, I think yeah, I did the Dauntless. No, maybe it was just it might have only been on Hartolia's page. I don't think I did a generalized search. Yeah, go and get me a little bit of my uh, Again, not really looking to do a rust color. It's really more just the streaking here. Going to do some of it on these two turrets because they do have a bit of a down slope there. Taking this to do that. So that get a little bit more of the Mars red finding its way in here now. And once again, in the places where it makes the most sense, like right here along that corner, that is just a place you would have some kind of natural streaking effect of just some kind, whether it's a lot, whether it's a little, whatever. It could be easy to end up with just too much. It's like anything else. You're having so much fun doing it. You're tempted to just basically put it absolutely everywhere. Yeah, we've got some of that up there on the stack coming down. And again, we've got two different eras of service. So the on the right side or the left hand side there, we've got kind of an early war version of Richelieu, and that's what we're painting here. Gonna spread that out a little bit too. Yeah, that was kind of all in one place. Had another one of those little kind of a rush streak thing going on. I'm gonna put some of my fast matte white back out here again because I want to do some stuff again on the water here. This is the Gamlin stuff. This is the only fast matte color that's left. All the other ones have been discontinued. So if you want to do something that is got the Alkids in it here, this is the way that you'll have to go. It's either the Griffins or the Alkid Pro. Now these will be very economical. These are like Williamsburg pricing, like Williamsburg Plus pricing. They are super expensive by comparison. So two of the vast matte white, breaking it down with some thinner here. Oh, and by the way, we use the high quality odorless thinner, and that's all we're using. 3 hours and 42 minutes. This is a water bottle cap. That's it. That's all the thinner there is. It's not like the acrylics where you got your big mug of paint water or something like that. So yeah, there is zero risk of you drinking your thinner because unless you're going to pick up your little water bottle cap of thinner and take a sip out of it for some unknown reason, you'll be fine. So now I'm putting some little smaller waves, kind of like what we have here, some smaller sub waves into this wash on the side of the hull. Like that. So again, some smaller little waves built in here. I mean, that's sculpted on there. Again, much like what we have here, you can see those waves sculpted on. Again, that's using our heavy gloss gel. Same stuff we use for our when we're doing the snow effects, when we're doing the icicles. Now, even for sculpting fire, yes, we use it for that. Here again, some smaller, teensy little waves in here. So not everything is just almost like a straight line. Little variation. And you notice these aren't not just a whole series of lines that goes right from the hole all the way to the edge. You can see they stop shorter in either direction at times. Yep, there's a little bit of our rust got onto the top of this wave crest there, so we'll take care of that. Maybe even a little bit of something lighter on the anchor. That works. A little bit of light here. So still working with the fast mat weight. Yep, I'm going to do a little something inside there. And now a couple more lighter edges on these little gun shields here. Because those were areas where the clay stuff that we did really settled in there, and it took a little while for that paint to just kind of set nicely. None of it is dry. However, this should be, if it's not completely dry by this time tomorrow, it'll be mostly dry by this time tomorrow. Certainly we'll be able to handle it. I wouldn't be putting any kind of varnish slash sealer or whatever on it. I usually don't do that anyway because the oils are so rugged and so durable. If you do have maybe a little bit of shine, say from some phthalo green or magenta or whatever, the Army Painter Anti-Shine, that'll do the trick for you. And all you gotta do is just brush it on.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my gun.
Thank you so much, Bayshock. Appreciate that. Again, Valinor, not so much. Now, of course, these weird little pointy things, I guess they shoot arrows. That might come in handy. It's like, dude, don't you have like gunpowder? He's like, what do you mean? He's like, those fireworks. Yeah, what about them? So you never thought of maybe chucking a few of those into a big pile of orcs now, did you? It's like, maybe the pipeweed's not the best thing. So there you go. Why did one wizard use the fireworks and the other wizard did not? Well, apparently, we're going to get our first Gandalf 6 of the night. So thank you so much, Bayshak. Appreciate that. Thank you for that follow. I mean, that struck me as I'm watching that. It's like, okay, so one guy is like terrorizing hobbits with fireworks, and the other guy has a little bit of a boom bomb going on, and gee whiz, maybe chucking a few M80s into a pile of orcs might have set him into a panic. Yeah, I'm just imagining that dragon firework that he had, that thing flying down towards the orcs or something like that. Would have taken maybe two of those. Now, they might have all fled and said, wait a minute, none of us got hurt, and they might have come back. Still, it would have verschmizzled them a little bit. And that's not a bad thing. Throwing in a little bit of our light right at the end of those barrels. Yep, we got those going now. Make sure those are both the same. Okay, and now I'm going to try to get some of my dark stuff in there. We will take some of our indigo with some of our Mars black. We'll combine those together and try to get these things looking a little bit darker. Again, they're your water guards here for your barrels so that you don't have waves coming up into the turret. That would probably be a somewhat negative thing with yeah, gunpowder and water probably not mixing together, or cordite and water. Not really the best things to pair up. Gonna darken up the bottom of that thing on the bottom of the stack there. Tighten up the edge on that rangefinder. There's the ends of some of these barrels that could use some dark. I think we did all of those. Didn't do these yet. What about you guys here on the port side? We did some of them on the starboard side here. Let's do that. A little more though. So I think we're good there. I think, yeah, we're gonna put a little bit more of this on the secondary armament to the ends of the barrels. Get some of our, yep, those portals restore these again too. Because I think they go all along. So let's get these right in here. Some of them kind of got filed away slash sanded away using the sanding sticks. That's whether it's cast resin, printed resin, even metal. I end up using the sanding sticks more than, say, any kind of metal files. Let me see. Nope, nope. I'm not darken that up too much. That would be. I'd end up just painting over that anyway. Right along this platform here. I'm gonna tighten up that edge too. So those portals are fine here, and there's just a couple more I'm going to try to clarify a bit. Oh, there's one missing there. Ah, back here. Yeah. Alright. That's going to take a blending brush up here. Because we have a whole bunch of weird lines all separated from each other. How's about we just going to get those unified together. Now, there's another little weird thing that's going on. I'm going to take some of my mid-tone-ish gray. Because we've got our main bridge right there that's just, it's a whole bunch of light. Now that edge actually shows up. So we kind of lost the edge. This too, I'm going to take a little more to that and also up here as well. So now that little sloped edge actually looks like an edge now. And I could probably even paint some windows in there too. There's actually some windows over there. Not going to try and paint those
Hello,
in.
little hobbits. Spark my ganja.
Thank you so much, Graf. Appreciate that. I don't know. Maybe these are starting to wear on me. Maybe it's just a pipe weed, but it looks bigger when you get close to it. Now, we did have ourselves one of these on the very last roll. What's going to happen on this one? For Graf Jabari, that's a middle of the road. Solid middle of the road there. Threes and fours, those are just fine. Uh-huh. I see, I spy with my little eye. There's a little edge right over here on the bottom there. Same on this other side. I did a little bit of it on the other side. Let's see if we can get a little more of that. So back to the ice blue again. We're using a little bit of thinner on it, but boy, it's a minimal amount. It's very small. Because if we put too much in there, well, again, pin line washes are great as long as that's what you want. That's not what you want, it will not be so fabulous. It will be somewhat less fabulous. Hitting these. Again. Now, a big old chunk of something there on the end of that brush. Get rid of that. Alright, we got that better now. A little more light on the underside of that turret. A little more light over here on this part of the barbette.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark
Like
my
you do
ganja.
here. Thank you so much, Spirit. Appreciate that. We never run out of Gandalfs here. It's like, okay, so if the idiot on the back of me is not getting on there, neither am I. Too small. That's of course that's grumpy shadow effects there. That's not mellow shadow effect. That's grumpy shadow effect. What's going to happen on our big Gandalf set? Oh, look at this. Yet another one. That's 2 for tonight, 3 for last night. It's just that's coming up all sixes. So thank you so much, Spirit Music. Appreciate that. Of course, this is mellow shadow facts here, right? This is mellow shadow facts. We cannot confirm nor deny that maybe mellow shadow facts might have had a touch or two of the pipeweed here and there. Who knows? Thank you so much, Spirit Music. Appreciate that. We've gotten, well, this is actually our fourth fleet. Yeah, this is our fourth fleet. Let me see. 3 hours, 58 minutes ago, Richelieu looked an awful lot like Dunkirk. Looked just like that. Of course, we like to compare these. This is some of the earlier ships that we did, like our Italian Navy. So that's the Roma, right there. And of course, we've been doing a lot with the IJN. I swear I painted about 15 IJN ships, and of course, we've done a whole bunch of U.S. ships. I think we've done one, two, three, 4 different aircraft carriers. We still haven't done Iowa yet. That's actually Montana. We've done your South Dakota class. We haven't actually done an Iowa class. I think that's a separate ship. Now, I don't think that's part of any of the fleet packs. So thank you so much, Spirit Music. Appreciate that. And we also have, I'll be prepping, let's see, Scharnhorst, Gneisenau, and Bismarck for some future streams. But remember, we will be doing some Tau ships. So this we did. Remember some? I think 2 Armada Mondays. We did Necron ships. We will be doing some Tau ships, and of course, Spirit Music. If you want to go back and see any of those other ships, again, many previous Armada Mondays, you just go back and check out the highlights because I save every session as a highlight. Actually, I think one of the more recent highlights I just made was one of our ornament here. This is we did a couple of holiday versions of Armada Mondays, and we painted up a few of these ornaments. I'm looking at the tops of these platforms. Now, I better not mess with those. Better not mess with those. Let's just leave those alone. I actually might take some of my Van Dyke Brown here. I think now I can get at this. There's a couple of these here, or yeah, some of the later stuff ended up down in some of our recesses. We'll just work on that here a bit. I think we're well, relatively good to go back here on the stern. Let's get some of these barrels too. I think we never did those. There we go. Holy smokes, we never did those. No, we'll leave that alone for our main bridge there for right now. I'm gonna take a little bit of the. We have a bunch of the rust there. I'm gonna take some of that away. Just putting our bluish gray in its place. Not necessarily to make it lighter too much, but definitely kind of changing the color of it a bit. Also, there's a little bit of an edge there, and then here I'm going to try and see we got a little bit of choppiness to that because some of that's still the initial dry brush there. So maybe we'll take some of that out. Also a little bit of the seafoam green that ended up on that hull. Okay, and letting that get a little bit more straight, and now let's see if we can do a little more of our lighter, get right in there, and then just gotta leave that. Again, sometimes the better part of hours just leave it as is. Leave it as it is. I think we've had every so often get the question of, well, when do you know when something is done? Well, part of it is if you only have so much time, which all of us only have so much time, even when it's your living, you only have so much time that you can spend on each thing. You just have to say, well, you know what, that's good enough. Nothing's ever going to be perfect. As soon as it is perfect, then it's time to move on to something else because, well, what are you going to do? Just keep painting perfect miniatures every time. That would get boring, even if you could. Now, you can also set time limits for yourself. One of the things that we've been doing on the more recent tutorial vids, especially the multi-part series, is I'll even have my little list of, okay, we're going to do this, 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 and this thing in the next episode. And what I've actually started to doing is like putting a little time stamp on it. I say, okay, I have 25 minutes to do this part of the figure. I got 35 minutes to do that. This thing is going to take an hour to do or something. And folks have kind of they seem to really like that because it gives them a better idea how they can sort of plan out their work sessions. And when you have that little bit of reminder where you say, you know what, I told myself I only had a half hour to do this. It's not like you have to just, okay, put the brush down and not do anything on it anymore. But it does keep you from, shall we say, 1 hour becoming six, which would not be terribly good. So, Jackson, glad that you could join us for tonight. And of course, we have several different versions of the Book of Wapple. Now, of course, this kind of falls in line with that, right? Think less, do more. I have literally seen people stand in front of a wall of their paints, select none of them, and paint nothing because they were just thinking about getting the right color. And of course, you've heard me talking about this, right? The contrast is more than just light versus dark. That has a lot to do with color. And if you saw this at the beginning, well, it was kind of on the messy side, right? You have to be willing to put up with the messy before things can be neat. So, Jackson, how are you doing? Thank you so much for joining us here. Now, we're going to do a little quick film noir here, and you can see even that little bit of that tan color on the deck. You can see the difference that makes, right? Because we don't have the seafoam green here in the waves. We don't have that tiny bit of the warmer tannish color. I mean, even here at just a few percent, look at the difference as we get closer to our 50%. Bam, look at that. So again, we do have different colors happening here. Kind of a deep blue indigo there, kind of a seafoam green. You have sort of a bluish gray, and then you have that tan. And all of that stuff does form a bit of again, a bit of a contrast there. So Jackson, I do believe on the Armored Wolf Etsy page, that is where you can get those. I am hoping now that we've kind of figured out other things for merch. I am hoping that through Twitch or whatever, we can start to have some more merchandise things. I am hoping to maybe put these. It just occurred to me I could try to maybe put these guys. I'm gonna have to watch me some tutorials again to see how we can make that happen. All right, let's do that. A little bit darker right there. And I think there are two sets of those. I think there's 12 altogether. And that is on the Armored Wolf Productions Etsy page. But yeah, I'm hoping to add some other stuff, some of our other, well, like the sticker you just saw there. Hoping to be able to add that in the future. Let me hit that a bit more. Also here, separate those barrels. So Jackson, I hope that you're doing very well. And again, happy Tuesday. Now we can take that even further here. Where's our Gimli kitty? Especially when you see stuff like this here. Yeah, we have warmer, more saturated colors, cooler, desaturated colors. Let's do a little bit of that same film noir here. Oh, wow. Yeah, look. It's almost like there's no more source lighting anymore. Look at this cloak. It kind of just looks like there's just light on there. You return the color to it. Again, you have, look at this, your high intensity oranges there and there versus your kind of dingy, cooler colors of the greens around here. Now, obviously, that's a much more extreme example of it than, say, our 1/1800 scale ship here. And we have other examples too that don't have anything to do with object source lighting that also really kind of show where you can have a color that is no different in value. If you were there's a reason why when they do the color blindness tests, you are subjected to a whole bunch of red and green dots that make numbers. They're all the same value. Well, good night there, Night Whisper. Thanks again for being here and appreciate the raid too. Thank you so much. So yeah, Grand Oracle. I think the ones that I was just showing you, those are part of set one. But then Armored Wolf went through and did a second set of some of our other Book of Wapple chapters. Those are actually all with my Adepticon stuff, so that I don't forget to bring those to Adepticon. So see you later, TCAT. Thanks again. Appreciate you being here. Touch of our light on top of that, yeah. Night Whispers, they always see the wrong number on those tests. Actually, Night Whisper, for merchandise, I don't know if it's even possible, but I was actually hoping to have one of that Book of Wapple saying, that contrast is more than just light versus dark, in that format. So basically, like it's a color blindness test where it's all just the red and green and pink dots or whatever. Yeah, I don't know if it's possible or how I could even do that. Uh, I would say do it with AI. However, the one thing AI does not do well is words. In fact, it does horribly with any kind of words, letters, whatever, because it does not understand those. It sort of treats them like we would treat Egyptian hieroglyphs or even Mayan glyphs. We know it's a picture of something, we have no idea what it means. Yeah, I've tried using the AI and, well, we developed these logos with it. Believe me, I said APCC, it misspelled APCC several times. So good night there, Grand Oracle. I don't know. I probably haven't shot you a picture of the dwarf terrain. I'll try and get you that tomorrow. So thanks, Grand Oracle. I'll see you Thursday. Yeah, thanks for being here. I appreciate the bitses and the subs there. All right, these two barrels. Nope, I gotta refresh that brush again. Finally got those two barrels. These not doing so bad here. These two need a little something something here. All right, I think we got that now. And of course, depending on how this turns out, we could be painting one of these on I think on our Saturday stream. Well, this thing that we're printing out here. So this is our Bambi cam here. If it ever shows up. Oh, it's done. It is done. Print success. Wow, look at that. So it is. It's done. I'm really anxious to see that because I want to again make a kind of a diorama whatever out of it, and then we'll see if we can paint that on Thursday. I'll film the process of kind of making that diorama base out of it. It'll be part of my printing workshop series because we haven't had an episode there in a little while. So thanks again, Grant Oracle. Appreciate everything. It's about a little more light on the end of that. I'm not quite sure. That's definitely not. That's not part of a hangar deck because there are no catapults at all on this. The Dunkirk class actually did have a catapult right there. So yeah, Grand Oracle, I think that should be an interesting printing workshop episode. Let's do a little line along there. This platform over here, we went a little too far with that. There we go. Okay. I mean, there's just a tiny little bit of light there, or mid-tone. Had to just kind of move it over and out of the way. One second here. Let me get back to where we are. Taking a bit more of our fast mat weight here again. Trying to get this little support here on that sponson, and then this is an edge here. We sort of have it there in reverse, but now we got to try and put that same edge over on this side. Taking those barrels, and now oh yeah, here this. Let's lighten that up. There's a couple of these gun shields that we can lighten up finally. That is just way too late here. Let's get some of our, at least our mid-tone here on the back of all the secondary armament turrets here. Those are just way too dark. That makes no sense there, the way we got everything else done. Touch of light along this edge, maybe? Yeah. What's happening up here? Okay, I could say I gotta come back with my really dark stuff here on the barrel. So let's do this. On this one, we lost the end of that barrel. Okay, we got that one back. We have our windows there on that conning tower. Back to my kind of bluish gray mid-tone sort of thing. Here's that. It's a little bit dry. I have to go a tiny bit lighter, just ever so slightly lighter. And now I think I'll come back with that lightest light for the port. Let me try the darker stuff first. Let's try that first, then we'll do our lighter stuff here. We'll take the Van Dyke brown, the indigo, mix them together. That effectively makes basically kind of a black right there. But it's a black that, believe it or not, has a little tiny bit of color to it. So again, trying to make these where they've kind of been wiped out by the sanding process. Again, this is 3D printed. The support's got to go somewhere. And they ended up, on these ships, they always end up on the starboard side. Ooh. Gotta make sure that it's not too thin. And back to it with our lighter stuff. Again, on the underside of all of these portals here. Nope, gotta refresh that brush. I could see even on the palette, boy, there's our gray was really getting onto that brush because all of this stuff is wet paint. This is all done with oils. 4 hours and 20 minutes ago, that is what it looked like. Exactly like that. So again, on our port side, all of these basically intact. Let's try and just look at my reference here real quick, like, because I wanted to take a little peek at the tops of your turrets here. All right, we'll do this. Right on this edge here. Let's get this going. And that one too. That, again, these are going to put a little bit of light here. It is interesting to see a pair of those on the front of that ship. Usually, again, you don't usually see that. Let me take our light once again. Those couple of platforms, the back is here. Now, can't do too much with that. This got a little wonky over here. Let me. Okay, there. Now that looks a little more circular, a little less like an oval. Yeah, and that was stuff that I wanted to do quite some time ago, but the paint just took longer to set there. Now it is set. Well, is it 4.5 hours in? Yeah, basically 4.5 hours in. Not surprised that the paint is actually starting to set now. Yes, that is not dry. That's a whole different thing there. We're not talking about being dry. We're talking about where the paint has had a bit of a chance to set, kind of like bread in the proving drawer. Right? You don't take dough and shuck it into the oven. You don't take, say, you make a pot or something like that. You got to let that dry overnight. Then you put it into the kiln, because otherwise it's going to crack or just going to go boom. And you won't have much of a pot anymore. As we, yep, let me see, get a little bit more of this here. And I got some thinner sitting on that brush. Just had to get rid of some of that. The the palette, by the way, is nothing more than a piece of parchment paper that I've clipped to a piece of cardboard. It is kind of a higher quality parchment paper, and it's not a roll of parchment paper, it's all flat. But that parchment paper kind of absorbs a little bit of the linseed oil as the paint is sitting on there, which is not a bad thing. I think I got me a one or two extra sheets left over here that I cut out. Yeah, here we go. So again, it's just a piece of parchment paper. When you're done, chuck it in the garbage. So, and again, Jackson, thank you so much for joining us again. Appreciate that, and thanks. Well, thanks for the chance to do a little bit of film noir. And again, if you want to do that with, you can do that with your phone, right? You take a picture. Every phone has some kind of a app where you can manipulate it a little bit. All you had to do is again just take away the color, and you'll get your own version of film noir. All right, let's lighten this up a little bit again. Where we got our anchor chains here, which he just has straight lines. You can see here, right? There's a little bit more going on with the anchors there, or the anchor chain, and same thing here with your the Arizona, right? You have an actual, what looks a little bit more like an anchor chain there. And I think they can't really do too much more with the smokestack there. We have to make sure we don't go too far with it. I do want to get a little more light up here on this platform. I mean, it is, there's no obstructions on it. It would be catching more light than any of the other platforms, so maybe not having that super dark. Let me see what we have here. Nope, not that. Nope, let me get back to again. I want to get back to my fast mat oid here. To do that. Can you see it? Yeah, here it is. That part of the deck, and now this thing. Bringing that out a little more. And maybe not having that edge quite so rusted. Maybe take a little something of that off. I do think at this point I'm gonna maybe head on over to Cake Creates, because well, that print finished, right? We want to get that thing. I want to see how that turned out, and then get the next print going so that we can compare what the point zero 0.08 layer height looked like compared to the usual point 0.2, which means we want to say thanks to Armored Wolf for doing all the moderations, especially since Armored Wolf has been on the road for a long, long time and been very, very busy and is very, very tired. So we appreciate Armored Wolf doing that. We also appreciate all the raids. I want to say thanks to Teals for coming over this way, and of course, thanks for all the bits, and the subs, and the follows, and the cheers. Because again, all that stuff helps a ton. It's really, well, again, that's the only way we can get those different files that we're working on, or the resin to print these things, right? That is coming from folks that are kind enough to do the Patreon page, or again, do some bitses and some cheers. So we appreciate all that. So Steven, how you doing? Oh, happy Tuesday morning. Yeah, happy Tuesday morning. And I think we'll head on over to Kate, because Kate is painting, and I don't think we've actually had a chance to raider in a little while. There we are. And again, probably our next Armada Monday. Oh, looky here. We already have Dunkirk ready to go. And that will be different because we actually have some air recognition markings on our Dunkirk here. So again, that's what this looked like 4 hours, 29 minutes, and 57 seconds ago. A little bit different, right? So I do want to say again, thanks to everybody for being here. The rate countdown takes a little time to start out, so we're gonna get that a moving. And really, it's always interesting again to see the French design philosophy versus the pinnacle of your Italian design philosophy. Then, so again, thanks to everybody, and I will catch you on the Thursday stream.